Test. Test. Hey everybody, name's Eric. I'm making a game. The game is called The Godkiller. And there's just 34 days left before the game is released on January 1st. And there's not much work left, but there's definitely 34 days worth of work left, at least. I'm basically doing all the important stuff first, the stuff that I would block the release if it wasn't done, and leaving the smaller bugs, at least smaller in terms of the effect they'd have, or features for post-release. And the medium-sized stuff I'll get. Pretty sure I'll get all the medium-sized stuff. I might even get all the small stuffs too, but I'll release with a few bugs. That's true, I will. But I know what they are. I know exactly what their impact on the player will be, and yeah, it'll be fine. But what have I done this weekend? Let me demo. Okay, I've got my Xbox controller here, hooked up to my Mac, and I have added support for using the controller, both in the game itself and also now in the UI or meta screens. So this control here, it can either be done with the left stick, the D-pad. I'm doing it with the D-pad now, or the keyboard. And there's probably some other weird devices in the input system that I don't even know about that will work. Okay, but I will say that the controller is my favorite way to play, and I was fairly proud of the controls on the keyboard and liked them quite a bit. But the controller feels nice. Okay, so you can hit the pause button or menu button on the controller, and it brings up this menu. This menu you can navigate through. Oh, did I say that right? Yeah, okay. And what we got? Settings screen. You know, the B button makes you go back. You go to the restore screen. You can use the joystick here. It feels really nice with the momentum. Arrows work, arrow keys work, WASD works. Alright, so that's that. And I got a little further than that. So I finished up with the controller stuff yesterday, then I started work on Steam achievements. And I did get my images I had for the Steam achievements uploaded to the backend portal for my account, and now they show up here under my account. I suppose if anybody has maybe one of the press release builds that we gave out for the Godkiller, you'll see achievements up over here. I wrote code yesterday. It's kind of like a test code or a proof of concept code. It's not necessarily structured in the way I want it to be in the final game. But it does do the things that I know I'll need to do, which is retrieve the current status for the achievements, whether they're achieved or not, and also unlock them. So code inside of the game is able to say that individual achievements are unlocked, and also to load the current status. So you could have the game playing on multiple machines with one Steam account, and your achievements would be available in the game in either place, and they'd be synchronized. So today what I need to do is take that junky proof of concept code that I wrote for Steam achievements and put it into something that's architected to last and be maintainable over a longer period of time. Maybe be more robust. And then I might, if I've got some time left over, implement individual achievements, meaning this stuff works now, but there's no code to detect in the game when you're playing that you've earned an achievement. So let me see if I can find one that's not a spoiler. So there's one achievement you'll get if you die when somebody pushes you and crushes you against a wall. And I haven't written any code inside the game to look for that condition. I know that I can set this achievement to achieved, unlocked, with my current code, but I don't have anything that's actually calling it. So I may get to that today. But first, I want to put all my achievement code in kind of a nice general class that's reusable and easy to update in the future and stuff like that. Okay, so that's what's going on today. I did make a mistake in starting this stream without first grabbing a cup of coffee. So I'm going to go downstairs, I'm going to start up a pot of coffee. I'll be back in just maybe 2 to 5 minutes. Depends if I feel like waiting around for the coffee or not. All right. I'm gonna get back to it here. Got my coffee. Got my coffee mug that I reserve for days when I'm doing creative work solely. It's got Mickey Mouse on it, but I'm not actually a fan of the Disney company in general. I'm not a fan of Walt Disney necessarily. As a person, he wasn't very admirable, or I should say he was a mixed bag. But the period of time between Steamboat Willie and Disneyland, that was kind of like Elon Musk level innovation at that point. I mean, we don't think of it as being as big of a deal because it was entertainment. We tend to sort of say entertainment is not the same thing as nuclear power or a supersonic jet or, you know, things in the real world. But yeah, I don't know, he did all this stuff that in a fairly short amount of time that was just not being done elsewhere, and suddenly that was the new thing. So I always am inspired by that period of time, a little bit by Walt Disney, but also the group of people he had around him in, you know, the first 3 decades or so of the Disney company's beginnings. So yeah, like that old time Disney stuff. So let's get to work. That's one thing Mr. Walt Disney knew about, which was getting work done. Okay, so I've got this file called Steam Test. It's basically, it's got all the code in it that I need for handling all my operations with Steam. So I need to figure out my architecture here a little bit. Do already have this achievements thing over here in their level controllers. Okay. I did write some stuff here already. I'll trust the past version of myself. I think the person who wrote this about a month ago thought it out pretty well. That person being me. So I don't need to rehash what the former person thought, the former version of myself thought. I trust that person. So I'm reading this almost like a letter to myself. So yeah, I was in a keep it simple, stupid mood. I said the level controllers are going to be aware of what achievements they need to look for. So first I was thinking I would do something a little bit data driven, where I'd say, or what would you call it, dependency injection, where each achievement would have knowledge itself of which levels it might apply to, and then some sort of injection framework would make sure that the evaluators for each achievement were executed. But then I said, why? In the level controllers, you have all your thinking about what is required in that level. So why wouldn't you just, in each level controller, decide which evaluations are going to run? So there could be an achievement that only applies to one level. That level will know it. Now, if as I go along, I start finding some general patterns, like for example, maybe every single level needs to check a certain group of achievements, and I may package those up into some kind of single method or something, or a single class that you call to say check for common achievements. I did say if there are common evaluations, you can create separate util classes for each kind. Death evaluator, util find type of death. And I can also create like a single util function that just checks all the common evaluations too. So I can let that grow as needed as I write in the achievements. Okay, player info gets some extra JSON for storing achievements. Player info Steam Sync just ands the achievements, never removes. This one I'm not sure about. So like if you're not logged into Steam, or you don't have Steam installed, and you earn an achievement, do I want to show the achievement with non-Steam UI? The answer is I do, but can I get by in this first release without having that? I think I can, because the only place that the game will be available on the initial release is Steam. Pretty sure of that. So I'm going to stick with this thought. Requires Steam. So that means the Steam overlay will report that you've earned an achievement, and I will not have to make any UI in-game to show the achievement. Okay. Alright, and I started doing some stuff down here. I do need to figure out my classes. So in the test one I made, in the test one I made a different class for like one achievement. Let me see. So player info, take a look at player info. Okay, so player, this is players. I meant to do player info, but players may be the class that actually retrieves and syncs achievement data. Don't want to do these name value sets. I think I'll just have an array of achievement structures, and each one of these achievement structures will have the ID of the achievement and whether or not it's been achieved. And I think some of them have got like a numerical progress you can make. I might want to track that as well. Okay. Okay, player info gets achievements, achievement, same class as in Steam test, serializable. Okay. There's some async stuff involved with this loading the achievements. So I think someplace here I've got load player info, which is just a synchronous read from a file. So this is already synchronous. I could convert it to asynchronous. But here's the thing, I don't think the Steam achievements are the Steam achievements aren't data that we need to stop anything from happening until it's updated. Whereas this player info stuff, when we load in, we need it before we can continue. What I probably want is a separate class like the Steam test one I've got now. That's a mono behavior in booter. Booter's my don't destroy object. It just asynchronously makes the calls to Steam, and if they come back, it does a sync with the player info structure. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. And then local progress in the game will be saved to achievements. It's just when we finally get a connection to Steam, we'll synchronize at that point. If somebody is having problems with their achievements being synced with Steam, that'll send a support request to me. I need to be able to troubleshoot that a little bit. That is okay. Let's make sure the log is good, and the log contains any error information that happened. And then the person who contacts me for support, they can send me their player log, or I can even have an FAQ that says, oh, if you want to see what's happening, take a look inside your player log yourself, and it'll tell you if you're successfully connecting to Steam or there's some other kind of problem. Okay. It's starting to crystallize in my head. Okay, let's say there is a, can't call it Steam Manager because there's already a class called Steam Manager. Steam synchronizer. It'll be a bootable, which means it'll be a mono behavior that is not destroyed when different levels load or unload. Okay, so what will it do? It will boot, request info, callback, for request info, will call players with achievement array players combine achievements. Store. Thinking about it a little bit, dependency on players. Is players a bootable? It is. Good. Okay. So when anything's a bootable, then I can use the framework there to make sure certain bootables are present before others. Okay. So dependency on players, meaning if boot gets called for Steam Synchronizer and players has not booted yet, boot will return without doing any work and say, call me again after players is booted, and then it'll get called again later. Okay. So then I think boot should call a function called sync. That's better. And sync get achievements from players, request stats achievements from Steam, with on stats received callback, on stats received and the achievements array from players with the achievements from Steam, and if the achievements are different, so I want to keep track of if there's new ones from either side. So if the achievements are same, then do nothing, then exit or return. Okay. That's not quite right. Let's say if new achievements from Steam players combine, let's see, set achievements. Don't need to combine achievements because I'll do the combination right inside this function. Okay, if new achievements locally set store flag to be picked to be, okay, set store flag. And I wonder if I can't just call this from the same thread of execution. If I can't just call there's like a function to store it. Is there a problem with me calling it inside the callback? At least the sample code seemed to imply there was. So I'll say we'll do it the way they did in the code. If store flag set, then call Steam store achievements. Okay. Which has, okay, then there'll be some callback for that. Okay. So that seems pretty good. Okay, players get achievements. Takes from player info. Set achievements. We'll store player settings to file. Okay, that seems like it. Honestly, that seems like everything I need to do. It's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. Okay, right now I've got this under level controllers. I think I would feel better about having it under the Godkiller namespace, which is the main namespace for like the game. Yeah. I originally put it under level controllers because I thought it would be a whole bunch of level specific code here. And then let's see, one other one, which is achievement util. Okay, I'm not sure what goes in here yet. I'm not sure. In fact, I won't create it until I need it. But as soon as there's like some common function that gets used in a bunch of level controllers or something like that, I'll put that in there. Also need is achievement unlocked, because that will tell the level controller. That'll tell the level controller if it should evaluate for an achievement that is earnable or unlockable in the level. If the achievement's already been unlocked, don't evaluate for it. Okay. Also, unlock achievement. Okay, so this one sets individual achievement in player info, then calls Steam synchronizer sync. Okay. No, this feels very sensible to me. It feels like it's going to be the right way to go. Other stuff. Let me write out the requirement up top, and then I'll think about it. If Steam overlay is active, pause the game. Do I need that though? What is the Steam overlay? What the heck even is the Steam overlay? Let me see. Let me take one game that seems to be fairly Steam savvy, install it, and then I will see what exactly this overlay thing is. Maybe I should just read about it while it's installing. What is Steam overlay? It's a piece of Steam that can be active at the top of almost any game launches Steam. Let's usually act friends list, web browser chat, and game DLC purchasing. Shift tab. Okay. How about screenshots? Mojave. 10:15, what am I? 10:14, okay. That seems important. Make sure your Steam account has the edit app metadata permission. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? this does not necessarily need to be done with achievements. I'm going to add a feature request for this. I don't like to add stuff to here, but let's say Steam overlay support feature. And since the Steam overlay may be the thing that displays the actual achievement, this is either high or medium. I'm not sure. I'm going to put medium in. Feels like days though, doesn't it? Let's do days. 2. And my dev days left, 27. This is how much I'm over budget with the amount of work I've got left. So I'm over by 1.2 days. But then there's this thing I've got here for unknown problems. Like maybe the Steam overlay support is one of the unknown problems. You know what? It could be. It could definitely be that. So I'll just do that. All right. So let me turn on my controller. And I think I've seen that in the past cause some kind of pop-up type thing. No, it didn't this time, but it used to be I would be able to get the controller to get that to just start going. I think Godkiller's running. Okay. Access to Steam community while playing. That's Shift Tab. This is the overlay. And I'm noting that the UI underneath the overlay is still active. So I don't think I necessarily need to have this. The question is the overlay how the Steam achievements are shown? Huh. I'm noticing that for this game the A button does not select as I would expect it to. It causes like a navigation instead. Oh, I see. So the intent of the developer was for the player to be able to use these buttons to move around, maybe? Although one of the directions is missing. Alright, enough of this. Quit. Yes, I want to quit. Okay. So, back to Godkiller. Oh, I definitely recommend it. It's pretty good. Oh, my first review of the game. Oh, I can't do it yet. Okay. Okay, so there is still a question on my mind. Is overlay support required to display the achievement UI? I think I might ask my friends on the Thinky Puzzle Games board. Oh, good. It's a dead time, so I'm not asking in the middle of somebody else's question. Okay. So I asked my question. We'll see if anyone pops in with an answer. But I can use asynchronous communication and do something else while I'm waiting. I don't think it's necessary to put in this pause the game thing. It seems like it's just not that big a deal. Particularly since my game will let you wait as long as you want before making a move, and everything stops automatically for you. So it's self-pausing already. The only thing you might want to pause is if there's some story dialogue going on that you don't want to miss, but yeah, it'll be fun. Okay. Let's just say some UI needs to display an unlocked achievement after player earns it. Steam, local. Okay. Cool. So I want to put all this under achievements folder, but let's move it. Let's create add directory here. Let's call it achievements. Okay. And then we will move this down if I can. Okay. And then let's take this other thing, Steam test, and just move it up here, have it all in one place. And I'm going to change this to be Steam synchronizer. This public class achievement. I'm just going to move this over to here. This I can probably just get rid of. You're going to tell me I can make it private, but I'm not convinced that would be a good idea. Make this serializable. Okay. I'm just going to get rid of some of this stuff after it's already implemented. Let me go to player info. I could fix this up first. Let's do that. So let's call this Steam synchronizer, and we'll make it bootable Steam synchronizer. And some stuff here I probably don't need anymore. I would have thought you would be available to me. Yeah, that's why. Godkiller. This will be Godkiller boot. And you will be Godkiller. Let's put this in alphabetical order. Okay. This will need some different methods to it. But I'm not going to get into that yet. Let's go bottom up on it. So player info. Nice thing is that I serialize this with JSON, so it doesn't matter if I add to it. It won't break the original serialization format. Achievements. Public achievement. Achievements. There we go. Okay, so that fixes player info. Let's see what I need to write inside of players. Going bottom up here. So for that, I want to have these guys. Public achievement. Get achievements. Just mulling over for a second. Do I need to return a copy to make certain that it doesn't do some weird mutability stuff? Let's go ahead and return a copy. No, I take it back. I take it back. Player info achievements. Achievements. So here's the nice thing about this: will return a reference to the existing array, and if I did write some code that edited that array directly, it would change the local copy. Nothing would get set from it until I called set achievements. At least not, it wouldn't get stored to the local storage. It is possible, if I was being sloppy, that I might edit this, not call set achievements, call something else like setInt or anything else, and it would save changes made here. But it just seems like I'm very unlikely to shoot myself in the foot there, and I would rather have this be simpler code. Okay. Then we do save player info. Okay, but is this the place where I want to look for anything new? And trigger a Steam sync. That gets a little confusing. So if I come back over to here, unlock achievement will trigger Steam synchronization. Set achievements is a little bit different. At least how I wrote the algorithms. At least how I wrote the algorithm up here, it would not trigger any storage to Steam. It's handling the storage here. So that's a little confusing. If I had set achievements trigger storage, that would be consistent in terms of its interface that it provides. But it would be more confusing in terms of implementation, because the code which is aware of the need to store isn't actually doing the storing. It's something that gets called that ends up triggering storage by calling sync again. That's actually a recursive call, which would cause another call to onstats receive. So that's confusing and recursive, and I'd have to break the infinite loop of it, or I'd have to provide a separate flag to store the achievement. So I think this algorithm, as I've written it, is the correct one. I just need to make sure that my my interfaces are clear. I wonder if this is a simple naming thing. Is there anything I can say here in the name of the method that maybe doesn't imply that it's going to store to Steam? We could say set achievements during sync. So if I say it's during sync, I'm explicitly coupling this method to the synchronization process. So it's it's kind of clear it's off limits except for that use. I'm also thinking about get achievements having a similar naming convention because it's really only needed for sync. I'm going to do this. Read achievements for sync. Write achievements for sync. Okay. All right. So in this case, I'm making the APIs coupled to the synchronization, and normally I wouldn't want to do that, but these methods are going to be confusing to me later on if I don't call out that that's what they're for. So in theory, I could, in some place in my code, want to just get all the achievements and look through them, and it might have nothing to do with synchronization. But I don't know a use case like that, and if there were, I could just simply make another method that was named like get achievements, like the original one. But I'll leave it like this, and that'll be a hint to me like these methods were just for that. Use some other method like is achievement unlocked to check the status of an individual one, or unlock achievement. Okay, so I think that's the way to go. Read achievements for sync. Write achievements for sync. Okay, then we say public bool is achievement unlocked, achievement ID, I could have like made this into like some dictionary type thing, but nah. It's just it's a small little loop. Although the way it's getting synchronized, there'll just be little ID numbers in there. All right, yeah, I'll be fine as long as I remember. Add new achievements to end before count to keep integrity of let me think about that again. No, okay, I don't have to worry about that because each one that's in there has got the string ID there. Okay, cool. That's good. I was feeling kind of gross about what I was about ready to do there, which would have been cheap and simple, but also kind of, Okay, so each achievement in, for each in player info achievements. Yeah, let's just write a static finder here. Static achievement, find achievement. ID. Okay, set. If achievement ID equals ID to string, let's make that conversion one time. Return the achievement. Otherwise, if it's not there, we just return null. Okay. So for this, we just say find achievement. Oh. Find achievement by ID. Player info, achievements, and then achievement ID. And we say is achieved. Okay, that takes care of that one. This one, unlock achievement. I feel like renaming this to is unlocked now, just to now I have to have a bunch of functions that say is achievement achieved. Let's use is unlocked. Is unlocked. Okay. Go back to players. And then public void unlock achievement, achievement ID, achievement ID. See, already my refactoring has helped me. Okay. Okay, this is one where I have to take a look here, actually. So, okay, come back to this one in a second. Okay, so if achievement equals null, achievement equals new achievement, and we will say achievement ID, and we'll push it on to the append. I gotta use. Oh man. Okay. Let's see if there's something built in to C# for this. Oh, let's go back to my thread here. Where's a positive Twin Peaks emoji? This is very important. There's one with where he's doing like thumbs. Thumbs, yes. There we go. Thank you, Puzzle Games. Very nice Discord. All right. So then, oh yeah, I came over for something else. C# append to array. Let's see what Stack Overflow says. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I could just switch over to a list structure, but it's so infrequent when I would have to actually add to it. I might as well just keep the array and reallocate. Okay, what do I got here? Nice. All right. So then let's just make let's pass in original. new achievement, achievement ID, and then there's two things to return though. There's the new achievement. Okay, let's do it this way. It will not be static. Then we return. Oh yeah, we say player info achievements equals achievements to array, and we also have to keep track of the new achievement to return it. New achievement. Oh. Return new achievement. Okay, that's not bad. So here I need to make sure that I'm robust to situations where the player info file is behind what the code in the later release of the game expects. So that's what I'm doing here. So we'll say if achievement equals null, achievement equals add achievement, and then we'll say achievement ID, and then we can just return achievement is unlocked. Okay. Here we do something similar. Okay. Then we say the achievement is now unlocked. Okay, that will update player info. Okay, then I have to save it. Save player info. And let's just put a dummy method. That can be called. So we'll say public void sync, and then make this be to do. Okay, so I come back to players, and I can do Steam synchronizer s sync. Okay, I think there'll need to be one more for representing progress. Just killed an ant that was on my hand, and it made me feel bad. I'm a sensitive soul, but not so sensitive I won't kill an ant that I don't want to lead other ants into my house. The way ants work is interesting. They find a little bit of food, little morsel. Maybe just like a little bit of grease from my lunch that I had 3 days ago on the counter of my tabletop. And then something happens in their body where when they walk back the way they came. It creates a little trail that says this way to the food. And then other ants see that trail and they say, all right, let's go. Let's get the food. Brother ant has shown us the way. So that's why when I see an ant inside my house, I kill it. I don't want to bring its brethren into my dwelling. Okay. Unlock achievement. This looks good. Write achievements and read achievements for sync looks good. Let's come back to here. Let's delete stuff I already did. So, players. This is done. So now it's just Steam Synchronizer. So let's do one thing at a time. We'll do boot. This be boot. Let me see. I think I've got my own interface messed up here. Find something else. Song manager. Protected override bool boot. Okay. Let me just copy this over. Okay. So here I'm going to say if players s equals null, return false. We're not ready in this case. I need players to be loaded first. I don't have anything I need to register as pausable. Here, say return true. Okay. Here's the thing too. How to handle the case where Steam just isn't even present. This needs to have a mode where it just continues to do nothing but doesn't blow up if anything calls it. I think that's fine. We just say for all the public methods, if Steam's not initialized, just return. And there's 3 cases to take into account. One is Steam's on at boot time, it's initialized. The second one is Steam is not initialized at boot time and it never will be. Third one is Steam is not initialized at boot time, but a little bit later it will be, like midway through the session. And I think the key thing there is to not have any initialization code that must be run at boot time. So there's callbacks, all this setup stuff here, the game ID, all that stuff. Although I do wonder if this would work without Steam being initialized. This will not work. All right, I'm gonna take a short break here. I'll be back in just a tiny bit, maybe 10 minutes, something like that. Okay. all right. Back to work. Oh, let's put a little divider under the chat window. There we go. Oh, gotta refill this coffee cup. Okay. So I got my boot here. I was mulling over creating a kind of a just-in-time initialization function. So why don't we do this? Let's do bool check initialization, or let's do check init. Okay, we'll say if Steam's not up, we're just going to say false. Then we'll have another flag. Then otherwise, let's do init initialize as needed. Okay. So then here I can say all this stuff. Okay. Is initialized equals true. Return true. So this is code in a third-party library. So one thing I will do is put everything here inside of a try catch. Even set this to false just in case. Do field logger log exception context this. Okay, so that will do all that stuff. Here I will say initialize is needed, and it may fail. I don't care if it does. But then return true, saying we're done booting. So this stuff may fail if Steam is down. It's okay. Here it's okay. Elsewhere it will not be okay. Let's put this up at the top. I try to put things in dependency order. So I can say so whenever I see a function that's being called, I know how to scroll up to find it. This I should probably get rid of. So having this be called when every update is bothersome to me. I suppose it's not that bad. So initialize is needed is just going to check two values. I hope that this call to Steam Manager is just a simple variable read. I might try stepping into the code to see what the property get actually has there. I don't know if I'm allowed to call something else from a callback. Steam user stats, set achievement. Okay, so that's got a callback with on achievement stored. Or wait, no, maybe that's not right. Store stats. I think that's the one that ties back to this on achievement stored callback. And user stats stored. Okay, let's write sync. Although I do think I might have. Okay, it is. Code for this is going to be all here. It's the example project that came with Steamworks.net, which so far I like quite a bit. I like their documentation too. It did just work. I followed their directions for getting started and it did just work. That's one thing that a lot of different third-party assets and libraries fail at. If I was releasing a third-party asset, that would be top of my mind, is just make sure it works as quickly and simply as possible. This did pretty well at that. Okay, so it was on enabled. Let's see. Or is it requested stats? Request current stats. Is there an error reporting API? Let me check on that. See here they just say success or not. But I do kind of wonder, is there just an error reporting API? I think they're going to point me to the documentation for the Steamworks API. Let me see what the docs are for request current stats. Steam user stats. API, is that what I want? Okay, there's Steam user stats interface. Cicada. Yeah. Digging into Steam. I had my proof of concept code for updating Steam achievements working last night. And today I'm just kind of cleaning it up and making it robust. So I've got this library in front of it called steamworks.net, and it's a pretty good library, but it sort of points me towards the official Steam docs to figure out what's going on. So a little bit of cross-referencing. Yeah, it did pass the It Just Works test for me. I followed their directions and it did work. So, yeah. Cross user stats, and then this is being done underneath the hood. The thing I was trying to figure out was if this guy returns false, where am I going to get more error information to log it? Because eventually I'm going to get support emails about the game. They're going to say, why won't my game work with Steam? and I'll say, can you send me your player log file? And if there's no error messages in it, I'll just say, I don't know. Make sure you've done this, that, and that, and if it still doesn't work, I'm not sure. You can refund if you want. You know, so I don't want to lose any error information. I might step into this code to see what they do with the error info. I didn't see anything like an extra API exposed by Steamworks.net, like get last error or anything like that. Okay, so for now, calls, let's see, this will call on user stats received. Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of like looking through the docs and haven't seen anything like that. That's why I'm thinking I'll just step through the code into debugger and see what it's actually doing. Calls back on user stats received. Okay. Okay, so request current stats. Epic Online Services. Well, then you're in Unreal? So you're doing Unreal Engine? I don't know what Epic Online Services is. I just hear Epic and I think that is cool, actually. Yeah, I'm not going to switch now because I've just kind of got all this working with some success, but I could see in a patch maybe doing something like that, particularly if I was on different portals. Yeah. I would not use Steam at all if Steam wasn't a super dominant portal. I hate Steam. Yeah. What I would love in my ideal world is there's something like a publish your game on the blockchain and it's there, and then like you go to individual portals and say, oh, do you want to pick up my game? It's all here in this central location that you don't manage. Okay, I'll configure a few extra things on your portal, but mainly everything about my game is right here in this other place that you don't control and is a open standard that multiple portals can work with. But that's a dreamland. Fucking hate Steam. Valve can die, despite them making one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, I have to remember if I have any, yeah, it is kind of, if I have any allegiance, it's not really to Valve, it's to the small group of people that were front and center of the design and development of Portal 2. If I was doing a better job at tracking like where the talent went, I wouldn't come back to a company again for more games from that company. I'd say, where are the people that were the lead designer on, you know, Portal 2? Where'd they go? They're probably all off in some independent studio someplace that made something else cool. it's rarely about the company as far as games go. It's more about the people. Companies tend not to be responsible for the great things that persist from one moment in time to another. It's the people that actually create things inside of them. All right, so got on user stats received, and let's go back and take a look at my algorithm. I'm saying on stats received, and the achievements array from players with achievements from Steam. Okay. Oh, I do want to make money. I do want to make money. A little bit. A little bit. I will cross the street for $20. Wouldn't build a street for it, though. Yeah, I saw the stuff with, what do you call them? Are they badges? But I have to be above a certain number of sales before I can activate it. I'm interested in that. Yeah, I'm interested in that. Well, I mean, I can tell you another route to get to the same place. So some friends of mine, they did NFCs for in-game items. They have not even released the game yet. In crypto, an NFT is a non-fungible token, and but sure, if you're asking how they use it in the game, or if you're asking about the concept of NFT, but NFT basically is a unique item which is digitally created and is stored on a blockchain and can have only one. Yeah, okay, you know what you're talking about then. You know what I'm talking about. But those friends of mine, they sold tens of thousands of these things. They haven't even made the game. What's the pushback based on? Is it just like it's vaporware, or it's a complicated way to do something easy that should be easy? Money grab, useless E items. Yeah. So my friends, and I'm not even going to say the name of their game, but I do see the thing they're doing is kind of a money grab, particularly when they haven't even built the game yet and they're selling the E items for their game. Yeah, I don't know. I do like some of the blockchain stuff. I don't think it's all cynical bullshit. I'm a fan of at least the stated intents and approach of the Cardano community. It seems very focused on like making something with real sustainable value. I don't like making NFTs and storing things on the blockchain when they don't really need to be. It's not the most efficient architecture for something like that. And honestly, blockchain is such overkill for transparency and trust, for storing some cute little add-on item for a game. You know, it's not like it needs to be proven in a decentralized way that you own this particular thing. So for me to tolerate using the blockchain to store like an in-game item, the particular blockchain architecture would have to be like in the same order of magnitude efficiency as just having a game server someplace. Good old-fashioned centralized game server with a few REST APIs. basic authentication scheme. So it does feel like a solution in search of a problem, NFTs for in-game items, and it does seem gimmicky to me. Smoking robot blockchain. Smoking crack? I gotta hover over the top of your thing to figure out what the hell you're saying with emojis. Twitch. Mr. Destructoid. FB block. Destroy the blockchain. It's cool. No big deal. Yeah. Art first, money second. That's what I say. I'm one of those naive people that thinks like maybe if I just build it, they will come. And also I got a nice juicy day job that's paying the bills. With your VR game, I mean that's the thing. It's healthy to just have that resignation to the thing you're being released not being very popular. And if you are truly getting behind this art first idea, then the most important thing is that the thing that you produce will be an expression of you, and that will be a substantial reward in and of itself. And goddamn if this game is not an expression of me. Also, I can tell you the past things I've made have come back to make me feel good years after I created them. Songs, writings, past release games. It's got some 8-year-old sent me in the mail one day like this nice written out thank you letter with drawings of characters from an old game, and yeah, music you made in the past, and you hear people enjoying it and you listen to it and you like it too because like you used your brain to make that music and you created sounds that would sound good to you. So I do like that thing of just having a body of work spanning years that I made, that I created, that if I wasn't here, wouldn't be here. So that does keep me warm in the cold of not that much popularity for something. All right, synchronization. So the algorithm I had was this right here. I'll just copy it over. All right, so we'll get current achievements. Local achievements. Okay. Do a new one. List achievement. Steam achievements. Do the import. I just heard my wife send me a little message. What's she up to? What's she up to? She's asking me if I want garbage food from McDonald's. do I want McDonald's food? If it was 10:30 a.m., I'd say yes, because I could still get another breakfast sandwich. Do I want a cheeseburger? I'm gonna tell her sorry. Sorry, order without me. Sorry, no thanks. Order without me on this one. But, well, I'll tell you what. Just put in your address, your street address in the chat window there, and I will send the Uber Eats driver off to your flat with a 5-piece chicken McNuggets box, or whatever item you want that's less than $5.99. So it's a trick to dox you. You passed. You weren't fooled. Okay. So we'll have that. Steam achievements. So the thing to do. Let's exit out of this early. If that doesn't match. No, I was basically just thinking I could go into my own kitchen and make myself something tastier to me anyways than McDonald's cheeseburger. Okay. And then I do like this thing where you just, instead of having a bunch of if-else's, you just return out. Leave execution early. So this I can bring down here. This, let's change to field logger. Log. Log. Info. Request stats failed with whatever that is. Okay, so now at this point, I don't need this. Well, wait a minute. I think this is the way to do it, because this will be the greatest possible membership of achievements I could have. This does seem useful. Let's say field logger, request stats. Successful retrieval. So this logging I'm taking a little bit of care with, because I just picture the support requests and I want to be in good shape. Okay, so then let's see. In Steam achievements, let's say Dodo. And I can wait on that, on this till underneath. And I want to make a combination of the two achievements. So let's just do it this way. What'd she say? She says nothing. She just gave me a thumbs up on my message. Okay. I've got my phone to make one sound for my wife's texts that are sent to me, and everybody else's makes this more subtle sound that I can ignore. But if my wife texts me, I always look at it. We're in the same house, separated by 2 floors. Be a pain in the ass to walk down 2 floors to see what's up. So, texting is how we talk. Yeah, that notification stuff on a phone, it's amazing how much of a difference it is when you've got it tamed so that bullshit doesn't make you look at your phone. It takes a while to get it all set up the right way. That's why I hate it when I have to buy a new phone. Okay, so I want some kind of function that combines the achievements together. Just thinking of the design of it. So let's do combine achievements. And this will be a static. We'll say achievement, local achievements, achievement. Steam achievements, and there's some other logic here too. Let's call this shared achievements. Steam, okay. The other thing that I want to be able to tell is if there are new achievements from Steam or new achievement updates from Steam. Okay. Or new achievement updates locally. But one bool coming back won't give me enough to track both of these. So we'll say if there's anything that's newly unlocked, it's not just updates, unlocks. Okay. So we combine the achievements. If they are exactly the same, return false. But then I really got 2 states to return back. So let's just out bool. New local unlocks. Out bool. New Steam unlocks. Okay, and then we'll store anything updated inside of Steam achievements. And the bool here will return false if nothing changed at all. which is just a little bit of syntactic sugar to avoid having to check both of these. Okay, that's, I think, how it goes. And for now, let's return false. Okay, so over here, we say if combine achievements, local achievements, Steam achievements, out, bool. New local unlocks, out, bool. New Steam unlocks. So if something changed, then we'll say if new local unlocks. New local unlocks means Steam needs to be updated. If new local unlock, then store stats equals true. If new Steam unlocks, through this. If new Steam unlocks, then I need to set the achievements. Write achievements for sync, and this will be Steam achievements. Okay. Otherwise, I don't need to do shit. So that would be a sync where everything is exactly the same. Nothing changed. Okay. That's pretty good. Pretty simple. This I can get rid of. Now I just got to write this combine function. It's a very entry-level computer science type of function to write. Or programming interview sort of question to write. So this one is guaranteed to have the full membership of all possible achievements in it. So I'll iterate through that. Okay. Say okay, then I want to be able to find the matching achievement inside of local achievements. Okay. That is kind of a wasteful lookup, but it's not that large of an array, so I don't mind. So static achievement. I've got code like this in another module already, so this is probably going to get refactored. Let's copy it over. In fact, let's add a new class for it. Okay, and I think I could make this like that. Okay, cool. Let's come back over here. Achievement util find by ID. So I don't need to write that again here, but we'll say, okay, achievement yield to find by ID, local achievements, and then achievement. Oh, here it's a string. That suggests to me that I probably want to have this be the enum. This be ID name. So ID name equals set ID to string. ID equals set ID. Okay, I just created some compilation errors, but they'll be easy to find. Okay, so come back to the synchronizer. Okay, let's go to the util. This one we can do ID, and then ID, oops. If at some point I get worried about these lookups, I can put it inside of a map or like a hash map or dictionary. But I got like 20 achievements. It's not worth fretting over. Okay, so this will be achievement, local achievement. Okay. If local achievement is null, then in this case, I want to add the achievement to the array. So for that, I don't know, I'm just doing this stuff with arrays, and I add it to an array, then I have to create a new copy of the array, which means to make sure that no, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, so if local achievement is null, that's fine, because my Steam achievements, that's the thing that's going to get saved back into the player settings. So I don't need to add anything to local achievements. I do need to check and see let's call this changes again, because I'm realizing that it is possible that I need to update the Steam list despite there not being a difference in the unlock status. Okay, so in this case, we'd say new Steam changes equals true because it has one achievement in its list that is not present in the local storage, the settings file that was loaded for the player. I already know the compiler is going to complain about these not being set, so let's set them. Okay. And here we can continue. Okay. So then we can say if local achievement is unlocked and not Steam. Oh, let's just make this be Steam achievement. It'll be a little bit easier for me to keep track of. And not Steam achievement is unlocked, then Steam achievement is unlocked equals true, and then new local changes is true. But let me think about these two variables a little bit more. So if I say there's new local changes, then that means that Steam needs to get updated with those changes. Whereas if I say there's new Steam changes, that means the local settings need to get updated. So I think I've got that reversed below. Nope, I got it right. Okay, so let's make new local changes. New Steam changes. Cool. ID name. There we go. Okay. So then back up here. The other case is if Steam achievement is unlocked and the local is not. We say local achieve new local changes. New Steam changes equals true. Okay, and then the Steam achievement will already have the unlock status. Don't need to change that. And just keep looping through. And at the end of it, I want to return if there were new local changes or new Steam changes. What is your grief? Oh, that's a good linting error. Very good. That actually caught a bug. Okay. So this seems pretty decent to me. It means that I'm not solely dependent upon Steam to keep track of achievement status. If we don't have internet, the player settings file that persists on the local computer is going to have updates to the Steam achievement status, and we may or may not ever get a connection to Steam for that user. If we do, then at some point we'll do a synchronization. The other thing that will happen is if the player is on a different machine, they own multiple devices, and they make some achievement unlocking progress on one of the devices, then they maybe set up Steam on a different device later, maybe install the game on the other device. It will sync up from their other from their previous device. So as long as they log in with their Steam account, they start up the game, it's going to go and grab their achievements and synchronize them. It'll synchronize them in AND way meaning you can't have an achievement removed either locally or from Steam, but you can always have them added if it's either present in Steam or present locally. So I think that's a pretty good design. Let me see what else. What else did I say I was going to do? Let's go into achievement. Let's delete the stuff I already did. Yeah. 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 Oh, maybe this one. Let me double check this is done right. Okay, I did do that one. Okay, for now, let's just say, if not, success. Field log info initial request to initial call to request failed. No idea why. Okay. And I can just make this a little simpler to read. Okay, so another thing I have is this here. If the store stats flag is set, then we'll call this thing to store stats. There's a callback for that as well. Let's trace through that. What is that? On achievement stored. Change this code I copied over to be more like my own style of coding. I already said that once, so that's fine. Okay. I am probably gonna need something. Something for partial progress in an achievement. I like all this reverse Hungarian notation. I'm not in C. I'm not in C++. I'm in C#. My conventions are different. Let's use field logger. I'm not sure if this gets called or not when I store. Oh, it does say store stats, so probably it does get called. Probably both of them get called. Okay, I'll give this one the same treatment. I do feel like I want to verify that. I call store stats, and that is necessary for storing achievements. So that implies to me that this is going to get called back. not sure if I understand this exactly. This is code I copied over. I'm thinking about it for just a little bit. So this is going to be... Oh, you fucker. I don't like what you did there. Fake up a callback here so that we reload the values. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of code I don't like to write. If you've got a callback, then it should just be used for calling back. If you've got some common code to execute for either the callback or another situation, you refactor that code into a separate function and call that instead. And also, this is not just a user stats received function. In my case, it's chaining an action. It's chaining an action of synchronizing. So, what's the best way to untangle this? Think about, what does this code actually need to happen? I don't think it needs to do anything. I don't think I need to fake up a callback. Well, let me think about this a little further. So it could be that the client code or the game code is written with an assumption that it's going to be able to set an achievement a certain way. And the back-end storage on Steam does not agree with that at all. So any attempt to synchronize is going to fail. The local state of achievements will continue to cause the updates to achievements to fail every time. So a thing I could do in response to that, if I want to not cause general failures for all achievements, is I could take the achievement state that is on Steam to be the source of authority, rewrite my local achievements to match what's on Steam, which is what this code here is attempting to do. And then if the player does the exact same thing in a level that would earn that achievement a second time, it would fail in the same way perhaps, but if it continued on to other levels and they wanted to earn achievements there, those achievements wouldn't fail to be updated. It would just be that one. So there is wisdom in this code that I copied over, which is just get rid of the thing in the local state, which will cause all updates to Steam achievements to fail in the future. You do that by just tossing out any local achievement state and copying over whatever Steam has. Now, I don't understand how their code would ever work though. So here they create just a struct. It's got stuff in it. What has it got? The important thing, it doesn't initiate any kind of requerying of Steam. Let me go back to the original code and see if maybe in my copy and pasting I left something out. User stats stored. Okay, so here. No, they're just calling the callback handler. Okay, on user stats received. Let's double check what they're doing in here. Okay. Okay, so I think I got it now. So this callback presumes that a previous call to Steam user stats request stats was made. And that will populate a local cache for steamworks.net on achievements and stats. When they call on user stats received, it will not initiate a new request to Steam to get achievements, but it will contain inside of it the previous successfully retrieved achievements, and those can be copied across into the local structure, and that constitutes like a last known good state. So I will write a function which does something similar, but it's separate from this callback. And I will also change the name of my callback on user stats received for sync to indicate that it is coupled to synchronization. It's not just a general handler for any time you receive user stats. Okay. And this, no. To do. Do not want that. Do not want that. Somehow I messed up. Oh, this stuff down here wasn't done editing. Okay. Up above, we've got for sync. Okay. Only called for sync. Okay, and I'll make another function called void reset local achievements to match this name. There's a problem with, okay, local achievement state will be overwritten from, well, if I name things right, I don't really need to write a ton of comments. Overwrite local achievements from Steam. That's a better name. Let's see, so I don't need to explain that, but I'll say prereq successful. This is again an example of if I write my code correctly with variables and stuff, it'll be self-documenting. But I'll just leave this here for now. Successful callback made earlier for quest stats. So I'll use the same variable that they have. Our, let's see, were user stats received. It's true. Received. So I don't need this because I'll just say, if not, were user stats received, return. Okay. So then I can just call this stuff, it's going to grab from the local cache. And also, since this is the same code we're putting down here, it suggests that I should put it in another function. So let's do that. Copy that. And then let's say get Steam achievements, or even create Steam achievements. What's the generate? I'm being stupid. Get Steam achievements. Okay. Up here, static achievement. Get Steam achievements. Okay. So then down here, I can say pretty simply, okay, and then we say players, write achievements for sync. Yeah, that's fine. That will handle that. Come back down here and write this how I would write it. One or more achievements broke a back end constraint on back end. They've been reverted. Fix the local achievements to match Steam's last known good copy is in steamwork.net's cache. This will allow achievements, other achievements beyond the broken one to be stored on backend. Okay. Yeah. Sorry guys, this is pretty garbage, this code here. I'm sure it works, but it's not a good way to write code. Store stats failed, likely due to constraints. Reverting local achievements. And when I get the support email from somebody and they say, I got the achievement, but it doesn't show up on Steam, other achievements work. I say, could you send me your player log? I'll look into it. And I'll say, oh, I think I see what's going on. Looks like this one achievement isn't configured right on the back end. I just need to fix that. And then, unfortunately, sir, you'll have to earn the achievement again inside of the level. And then it should work. I do apologize for that, sir. But you should be fine after I make a little fix on the back end. I don't have to send you a patch. Don't worry about it. It's going to be all right. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. Okay. Okay. That seems pretty good. I guess another thing I want to make sure I'm doing right is partial progress on achievements. So let me see, what are the APIs for that? I don't think this code sample is doing what I want, so I'll have to dig in a little bit deeper. They do have some numerical stats that are updated, but they aren't tied to specific achievements. What I want is something like an achievement where you say, I do have one like this, actually. Find 8 places where there's a secret. And if you found 5 of them, then I'd like the achievement to say 5 out of 8. Let me see. I did notice that if I go in and edit these achievements, it seems like it doesn't want to let me put minimum and maximum progress stats. There's no drop down here, so the minimum value could be 0, the most could be 8. That's why, whoops, not this one, I got the wrong one. Cancel. Last hanging guy. Okay. 0, and then I want the max value to be 8. Because he's got 8 places he shows up in the game. I click save, and I think I got it. I got it. Then I come back and edit this, and set it back to 0. Look at that one more time. Progress stat. So this is not populated. That seems to be like a hint at what something that needs to be done. Steam progress stat. Drop down. Let me see. What do you say about this? Define your game stats and achievements. Is it like I have to have the stats be separate from the achievements to make them available for earning the achievement? That kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, okay, I gotta define the stats independently. The achievement will also automatically unlock when the stat reaches the unlock that. Okay, I like that. For once, I'm not grumpy at Steam about something that kind of makes sense to me. Okay, so I need to figure out where I can edit these stats. Pretty easy. Okay. The stats. Let's see, it's going to be int, API name, hanging guy count, increment only, 1, minimum value 0, maximum value 8. Although honestly, I gotta double check that. For now, I'm gonna say 8. Default value 0. Hanging guy spots. Sightings. I like that. There's 1. So now that I put that there, if I come back to my achievements and I edit last hanging guy. Oh yeah, that's how it works. Let's see, 8 unlocks it. Okay. Very nice. There's some other ones too. View masters. I do need to figure out. How many views are present. So how many view scores are present. Okay, this one I can do, the last present. Tall stack and super stack I can do with stats. Yeah, okay. So just do them in order. Okay, stats and achievements. Oh, no, not that one. Let's see. Stats. It's right here. New stat. Int. Let's name it first. Tallest block stack. Tallest block stack. Okay. Increment only, yes. Maximum change, it could be 1,000. I'll make this future proof. 0, maximum value 1,000. Default value 0. 1. Because it's, I mean, it's, if you just find a block in a level, then that's honestly a stack of 1. Yeah, okay, cool. Tallest block stack. Save that. Okay, then if I come back over here, we say if we just stack this, if we say tallest block stack is equal to 2 maximum value 1,000. I think that's the way to do it. Save that. Okay. The tall stack 34 or more. Okay. Super stack. Okay. I like how this is going. It does mean I'm going to have to write some more code for updating the stats. I didn't think I was going to use them to begin with, but now I see how they're commingled with the achievements. Okay, new stat. Let's just go in order so I don't miss any. Oops, not that one. Let's go with this one here. This one here. Okay. So, not that. Presents. Collect all the presents. Okay. Presents collected. 0, maximum value here. I'm just going to put a high value. Default value 0. I don't think the max here is important as far as unlocking the achievement. Okay, this one becomes 1 to 1,000. So how to interpret these min and max values? My first thought was this gets awarded if your stat is between the minimum value and maximum value. Let me see if that matches what they're saying. This stat may take. Okay, now achievements. Achievements. Well, you're not really explaining, are you? Here, yeah, it's okay. This is just saying the range of values that are possible for a stat. Now down here, there should be another min and max thing described that says what it means for an achievement. I'm implying what it means, but they haven't described it in their documentation. I missed the thing that they've got like on Unity docs where you can complain about things that are screwed up about their docs. Their lack of it is just typical Valve. It's like, you got questions, you just go talk about it on the discussion board. Maybe somebody else besides us will figure out your ignorance for you. Okay, I'm gonna go with my assumption of what that range means, and I'll be proven wrong if it doesn't match reality. Okay, so first present, you collect 1. Last present. There's 1 for each level. So if you collect 58, you're golden. Okay, I did think of one other use, or one other usage pattern, which is that some of these stats may go up more than just 1. So I won't put a limit, because people can be in an offline mode and then suddenly they sync up, and maybe they need to change the stat more than just 1. Okay, presents collected. 0 to 1,000. Okay. One more stat. Viewmaster. View squares visited. View squares visited. Increment only. And value 0, max value 1,000. Okay. Default value 0. So then let's save that. And I have no idea how many view squares there are in the game. The best way for me to figure that out is to write some code that steps through each level and just gets a count of them and then tallies them up. That's how I figured out how many stairs are in the game when I wrote a silly little thing saying our game has the most stairs in it of any game. So I'll do that later, but for now, for the ViewMaster achievement, we'll say, let's make a guess. Let's say it's going to be 30 of 1,000. That might be kind of close to what it actually is, but I have to come back to it. Thank you. Yeah, I figured out a pretty nice technique to generate these thumbnails quickly. I just took my 3D graphics and put them in ISO camera view so they look a little bit different and simpler. And then I got lots of nice icons from my 3D objects without a lot of work. And then here and there's like 2D art that I've combined that somebody else made that I just put together. But yeah, it's just suddenly I had a whole bunch of art and it only took me like maybe a half hour per thumbnail. Okay, so I've made updates to the stats, and that means I've got stats that need to be part of this synchronization as well. I had not designed for that prior, so I got to think of the design that I want for that. So come back to here. This is all done. All the stuff is done. I think I can just delete all this stuff. Yeah, okay, I got all this. Yeah, I did that. Wait, what else did they say? You'll have calls to UI stuff. No, I will not. I will not. That's not true. Okay. Stats. The requirements are stats are stored locally and stats are synced with Steam. Highest number is final number. Highest number is true number. Achievements are unlocked as a result of changes to stats. With appropriate updates locally and on Steam. Anything else? Anything else tricky? I don't think so. I think that'll do it. Oh, storage format in player settings abstracts away specific stats like I did with achievements. Okay. Let's move this into a text file. Okay, that is all done. Bam. Okay, so number 1. Player info. Stats. Okay, stat. Pattern after achievement. Okay, so then we'll do enum ID string ID name. Then I think I'll just use int value for now because I just don't think I need to add something at this point for every possible value type that I might want to use. Later on I can add to that if I need to, but I don't want to over design in advance. Okay, now one thing I'm not sure about is what API calls I need to make to learn of unlocked achievements as a result of setting stats. So this code, where's it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? This one right here. I guess what I'm looking for in this code, which would be a pretty good clue, is if they are setting achievements manually. Okay. If they're unlocking them manually, I don't see that necessarily. Oh, no, I do see that. I see that. I see that is happening. Well, I don't like that because I just read in the Steam docs that they said that achievements would automatically be unlocked as stats changed to meet the criteria that was specified on the back end. And here I see in the example code a redundant approach if Steam's documentation is true. And the thing I don't like about that is that the criteria for unlocking the achievement could get out of sync between the two places. This reminds me, let's go back to Thinky Puzzle Games. Okay. All right. I'm just making sure the thread I started earlier didn't require something else. Okay, so then my thought is there a better way to do this than how they did it? For example, I could store stats and then request stats after storing them to see results of achievements being locked or unlocked. Another thing I could do maybe is get criteria information from the back end. So if there was an API that let me request info about an achievement, what is the stat name and the value? what is the stat name and the min max to look at. But then I'm writing redundant code again. The only advantage there is my redundant code would at least be synchronized with the back-end criteria. It's still kind of gross though. Yeah, I really don't like this code here because they'd be making a redundant call to Steam to say unlock the achievement, and that might be benign, but it is inefficient, and their criteria may be getting out of sync with the backend. So let me do a search and see if I can type in the words correctly such that somebody else explains how they do it. Steam check for unlocked achievements after stat update. Achievement will also automatically unlock when the stat reaches the unlock value. Okay, I think that's the page I was just on a moment ago. Now I'm getting into stupid achievements for individual games. Steam developer. No, that's a whole different portal. Okay. I'm gonna just try it one way and see if it works. So let's see. When updating stats, after stat, okay, when updating stats, if the stat increased, make an extra sync call at chained off of store stats callback. This should this might retrieve the newly unlocked achievements caused by a stat increase, and keep that logic on the back end. Note the example code performs stat-based achievement unlocks locally, which I'm writing this a little bit longer to clarify my thoughts, but also in case I end up coming back to this next weekend. Okay, note the example code which unlocks locally, which is probably redundant. theme docs say it happens on backend automatically and may be out of sync with backend criteria. Okay, so there's that. Okay, now I gotta think about what triggers a change in the stats. So we'll say players. Set stat. It'll be stat ID, stat ID, and then I can even say set int stat, new value. If new value is greater than local stat value, and set, this is just complicated enough, I should do it underneath, and set less than, and exit, then return without doing anything. Let's set new local stat value less than or equal to local stat. Okay. Set new local stat value and then Steam synchronizer. That's it for that. Okay. This isn't too bad. But I'm getting hungry, so I'm going to take maybe 15 minutes to make myself a not McDonald's meal. My own happy meal. And then I'll come back up and finish this. Yeah, the offer still stands. You want me to ship you some disgusting McDonald's food? Or no, you want who's that guy? Horton, yeah, Hortons, the hockey player. Tim Hortons. I'll send you some dried up old biscuit sandwich from Tim Hortons and a disgusting donut. All right, back in 15 or so. I've never cared for it. I always like go in and I'm like, oh, I should enjoy the things Canadians enjoy. Everyone's into this Tim Hortons. And honestly, it's just a place that's open all night long. So if it's like 4 a.m. in downtown Vancouver, there'll be a Tim Hortons open. You go in there and there's a whole bunch of people sleeping inside. Oh, okay. Waves then. Or no, not waves. Blends. Blends. There we go. There's no Canadian coffee company type thing. All right, I'm gonna get that food. I know so many Canadian brands just basically because I love Canada. No, man. Don't ever say that. It's a good fucking country. Well, in Seattle, that's where I live, we have something like the monorail in Vancouver. It travels maybe a quarter mile to a half a mile. It goes between 2 points, the Space Needle and a shopping mall. It's really... No, what you heard was an airplane up in the sky. I live next to an airport. Wait a minute. Does Vancouver have a monorail? No, it does. It's got light rail. Vancouver's got light rail. Yeah, it's pretty good too. I mean, you can actually do useful things on it as opposed to the monorail thing in Seattle. What's shitty about it? I mean, I've been on it many times. It's cheap. It goes where you want it to go. But yeah, I don't know. I go up to Vancouver so many times. Dark Reaper, maybe I can help you, but yeah, present your issue. I'm just sitting here munching on some food. Tokyo has amazing trains, amazing complex networks of trains. That is the place to go for trains. They've got their friggin' high-speed bullet trains, and yeah. All right, Dark Reaper. We talking Unity, C#? Tokyo too. Like, if you don't know what you're doing with the trains, and you don't speak Japanese, it can get real hard to arrive at your destination quick. Let's see. I was there about 8 to 10 years ago. My wife visited me there too, and yeah, Dark Reaper. Just show some details of your problem. I'll see if I can give you any useful advice. Also, Cicada's pretty good with code too. So I lived there for 3 months for business. I was doing work for Nissan, or as the Japanese would call it, Nissan-san. Yeah, so it was cool. I liked it a lot. Although I was away from my wife at the time more than I wanted to be. So she came up on a trip. She came up on a plane. And she was just supposed to meet me at a certain station after she got off the plane, and she got lost on the Tokyo subway network, and she was like calling me, crying, and it's like, I don't understand where I am at. I go, well, what station are you at now? I don't know, the characters I can't read them. I go, no, but there should be signs that say like an English version of it. So I had to go through all that over the phone and try to figure out how to get her over to where I was. It was complex for sure. All right, let's check out this code. Dark Reaper. I'm gonna take a look at it right now. Let's go to Twitch. And then we'll go to Pastebin. Turn off this guy for now. Oh, cool. Wow. The problem you're facing, 2 X and Y integers I changed don't affect the size of the canvas, only the position of the donut on that canvas. What number in this code does affect the size of the canvas? The reason I need is because I want to run it in terminal. I want that to be smaller than when I go below the size of the canvas. The animation breaks. I should leave my little Twitch window up so I can see your links. Okay, so let's see if I can answer your question. I'm not real excited about getting into a bunch of obfuscated code or minimized code to debug this, but okay, but I notice inside of here that there is purely console output. Like there's no like UI code, or there's no like let's set the size of the canvas or anything like that. For a moment I thought this was going to be like JavaScript code because you said canvas, but it's purely console output from what I can see. Let's look at the unobfuscated version. Okay. Size of the ASCII something size. The window cannot be smaller than the canvas or else it breaks. Even the donut is smaller than the canvas itself. I want to have it in the terminal window, but the window cannot be smaller than the canvas. So I interpret the canvas as being the area over which the donut is output. Yeah. Well, I'm seeing a few things here. So this is what you want it to be, right? And this is what you actually have. One thing is you've got an extra line feed popping in someplace. Or maybe there's some spaces that are causing it to wrap around and generate an extra line. So maybe there's something that can be fixed with that. I don't know. But did you just take some existing code and this is the existing code, or is this code that you took and made changes to? Like, are you starting here with code that's like it's supposed to work, but it just doesn't when you try it out? Yeah. Well, I mean the trouble I have with this is it's very super fucking clever code. Like it's code that somebody made not to be maintainable or understandable. It's like a magic spell. So if it does exactly what you want when you invoke this magic spell, you're golden. If it doesn't do what you want, the person who wrote this, they didn't write it in a nice way to modify it. They wrote it in the most simplistic, or not simplistic, but smallest lines of code way they could. Yeah. But there's stuff in here like, you know, bitwise shifts, and, you know, it's... like it would almost be easier to write new code that generated a donut be to figure out what the hell this original guy was trying to do. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Let me see if there's any like quick fixes that suggest themselves. Do you know how to run code in the debugger? Sorry, I'm talking my mouth full of food. Because if you could run it in the debugger, you could kind of step through like the lines of code in execution. When it gets down to this put car line, you could maybe see what it was doing there. But like this stuff is even, like it's so obfuscated for me. It's so hard for me to follow. He's saying for k equals 0 to, and then for some tricky reason he decided to invert these two things. He could have said k less than equals 1761, but he was so intent on making this like very minimal code that he thought, I'll flip them around so I don't have to write less than equal, so I can save one character. So stuff like that, which is just plaguing this code as far as being able to maintain it. Okay, so then this thing he's got iterating over k. We don't know what k is because it's not part of his style to give variable names to variables. He's very intent on being minimal. And we say k modulo of 80. This is interesting right here. So that 80, it might be the width of the canvas. This number right here. I just see 80, and just because 80 has many times been the number of columns you have in a terminal display, and because it's part of his output loop here, it makes me think that this k value %80 is going to be like the horizontal position. Okay, and then he's saying you have a number between 0 and 80. This is like column number, I think, right here. And if it's 0, what is he saying here? He's saying if it's false, or in other words, if it's 0, we'll output one character, bk. Yeah, try messing with that, but again, this thing is so, like, you can see 80 up above too. You can see like 80 here. You see 80 here. And this guy is so intent on minimizing his code, he wouldn't have done something like up to the top, like a regular programmer, say const call count equals 80, and then use the same variable underneath. So yeah, I think that's about as far as I'll go on the journey with you. It's just, I would have to spend a fair amount of time understanding code that wasn't written a way that was meant to be understood. This guy's doing a very clever feat of code masturbation here. All right, I'm gonna finish eating my food here. Yeah, Tokyo. Tokyo subway map. Yeah. This shit here. I remember just staring at these maps for so long, because the key thing is, like, when you do switchovers, dang it, I don't want to go to a friggin' article, I just want to go to a larger version of that. When you do the switchovers to different lines, to pick the right spots to get off at so you can switch over to another line. I mean, it's a puzzle just to figure out how to get to where you want to go from one place to another. Look at these things, it's always possible to figure out. And then there's the whole thing about which is the optimal route. I'm sure there's like websites and stuff that you could use and would tell you pretty simply how to get between 2 points. At the time, I didn't see any. Code donut. But only just barely. There's some places that were kind of a big deal to me. Shibuya Crossing. I saw this friggin' monster intersection. I said, that's it. This thing wins. As far as what's the largest and scariest intersection I've ever seen. It's been this thing here. 5 minutes from now, that's cool. Yeah, and I was also doing this thing in my head where I'd get off at different stations and say, is this like the biggest, most built-up part of Tokyo? And for a while it was Shinjuku. And then I got to Shibuya and I said, nah, Shibuya wins. Let me see if I can... Yeah. This is where I lived while I was there. The company said, we can rent you a hotel close to where you need to work. And I said, no. Really? I love Kichijoji. So I like traveled all over. And then I said, I'm going to get a flat in Kichijoji. I don't care. I'll spend like 45 minutes, an hour on the subway every day. 2 directions. But I got a proper apartment like everybody else in Kichijoji had, with tatami in it. And I did that thing every day where you roll up your tatami pillows and shit and put them away. And then when you go to bed, yep, shopped at Seiyu. Yeah, it was fun shopping too. It was fun. Maybe, yeah. The other thing though, I was there in the summer, hot, humid, and had to wear business casual. And I was maybe even a little more overweight than I am now. The sun was not my friend. The sun was not my friend. And I would get inside my little apartment and I would just take off all my clothes, get the air conditioning cranked up to the max, and just chill for a bit until I felt normal again. But it was pretty brutal. So humid. Walking around with a collared shirt on. It's terrible. Some other people would come to meetings that had similar problems as me, and they would just be wearing like a clearly drenched through collared shirt. And the only way through that situation is not to hide it or not to... You just sort of say, this is me. This is me. I'm arriving at this business meeting with other people in nice dry clothes, in disgusting clothes. I understand it. There's nothing that can be done about it. This is me today. You are some kind of lizard man or something. No, I say lizards like it dry most of the time. I don't know. You're not human though. Oh, let me see. What else? Let me see. Kichijoji, and then God, what do they call those little? I say little. It's kind of racist. The little dudes that stand out in front like bouncers in front of clubs. That may or may not be gang members, and they'll put their arms up in a little X thing if they don't want you to go in the club. I'm gonna try Kichijoji bouncers. Bouncer. There were some there. Let me see if I can do Shibuya. Shibuya is probably a better location for it. Oh, you do that pachinko? Pachinko parlors, man, I did not get those. Okay, that's better. So, you go into a casino in the United States, and they had the good sense to make all of the slot machines play in the same key. So there's kind of this nice C major chord being struck by all the slot machines there. You go into a pachinko parlor, it's just complete disharmony. It's terrible. And then there's people that just sit there for 10 hours or something, you know, just putting one little metal ball in, pull the thumb down, that went something, no, on to the next one. It seems very similar to like a slot machine behavior. You're just droning. I don't really think there's a big strategy to it. There might be. Yeah. And then there's that thing. It was a mystery at first, but I would see a whole bunch of 20-something-year-old men lined up holding stuffed animals, and they're just waiting in a line with their stuffed animals. I'm like, what the fuck? It's pachinko folk. That's what it's. Because they earned their little stuffed animals in the pachinko parlor, which is legal, and they go someplace else, and somebody will give them cash back, or some kind of credit or something on a card. So it's like this technically legal thing. I sat down and tried it once. I just couldn't get into it, and just looking around me. Looking at like how much fun the people around me were not having. They're just sitting there droning. It's like, I do not want to get into this. Just in a room with like 50 people all doing this. And all those machines just with their raucous disharmonized noise. And then all this disgusting like juvenile colorations and stuff. It's like, it's so gross. It's like this weird combination of like kid instincts, walking away with a stuffed animal, and adult instincts. Smoking your cigarettes. You're doing it to earn some money, so you're gambling. It's not the place for me, I'll say that. And there's not many women there either. Not many women. If you were trying to find your pachinko lady to pal around with and have a great love together with, there'll be like 40 dudes to every one of them. The other thing I remember that I did like, which was a little bit like pachinko parlors, Yoshinoya, Tokyo. Yeah. And this stuff is made over to the US now, but man, I loved it. It's like the best chain for me, Yoshinoya. You go in there, and there's like all these dudes that they look completely demoralized. Like peak time for Yoshinoya seems to be right after the end of the workday. And then you just see like these salary men in there. And they look so depressed. They look like they should be in a bar, but like Yoshinoya is where they go. What are these other things? These tiny bars in Japan. Let's keep it in Tokyo. Okay, so these things too. Did you do tiny bars? Like these little kind of hole in the wall place. Like there might be 200 square feet in one bar. That kind of thing. I went into a bar. Oh, okay. So I went into a bar. Let me see if I can find one that's maybe representative of the amount of size, because it was a little bit larger than this. That's too small. I think probably what I'm looking for is what to Americanize is a very tiny bar, but to Tokyo person's eyes is a medium-sized bar. So imagine a bar like twice the size of this one. Here. Okay, so I'm in a bar twice the size of this one. Like this wall goes out like an extra 8 feet. And I decide that I'm going to try my hand at flirting inside of this bar. Okay, so there's this girl. She's sitting a couple tables over from me, and I do the kind of cheesy thing from movies where I buy her a drink, or TV shows, and I say to the server, hey, could you buy her a drink? Could you get her a drink? I will pay for it. I couldn't speak Japanese, but the lady understood me. And so she gave that girl a drink. The girl was told that I had purchased the drink. She smiled at me. And then so big, cheesy, disgusting American walks over to her and says, hey, smile, sit down. And she was so embarrassed, but she made this effort to be nice. I bought her a drink. She couldn't really speak much English. So our conversation was like, "Hi, how are you? What is your name?" "My name," it was like that. And then after a while, we just ran out of things to say, and then I left, and then like, oh, fuck. I don't know what that means. I am very good. I am very good. I am very... Oh. You're saying just kind of make up some shit that seems to follow the pattern. And somebody actually gave me the advice that you can speak in English and add little bits like that, and it does slightly help someone who speaks English to understand what you're saying. No, someone who speaks a little bit of English but primarily Japanese to understand what you're saying. So this person told me that you could say recito instead of receipt. Like, could you bring me a recito? And that would actually help. I don't know if that's true. It sounds like bullshit to me. It does work that way, huh? That's funny. It just means like that sort of asshole-ish behavior of just kind of making up shit that sort of sounds like a language is actually beneficial. That's ridiculous. You go to Mexico and say the same thing and say, "Señor, please, bring me recito." Instead of, "Por favor, la cuenta," you just, why even bother to learn language? Just kind of pretend you know it. God, I wonder if I can find that one club I went to. I totally forgot what it's called. I won't even try. So there's a club I went to. They had one of these. Well, let me see. So there was a club I wanted to go to. It was a themed club. It was kind of like, I don't know, BDSM and indie movies, something like that. And I had gone to other clubs, just kind of walked up, and there'd be some bouncer dude up in front. And they would just do this little X sign on me, which means pretty much, we don't want you to come inside because you are a gaijin. And I knew that if I was going to take a cab all the way out to this club, I really didn't want to be turned away at the door. It would be kind of a sucky evening. I just have to go home in the same cab I came in with, and no fun had. So I went to Google Translate, and yes, the X, the arm X, no, you shall not pass. I went to Google Translate, and I said in English, "Please, I would like to come inside of your club to have a good time. I would much appreciate that." And so then I translated that to kanji, and I wrote it all down on a piece of paper. I translated it using Google Translate. I have no idea how to translate it otherwise. Wrote down all the kanji characters very carefully. Take the cab out to the club. Show the piece of paper to the bouncer guy up front. He looks at me weird, and then he lets me in. And I go inside. Doesn't say anything to me. He just lets me in. Then I'm at that club, inside enjoying myself, and a Japanese man with very good English and very friendly sat down next to me, and we talked for a bit, and I said, "Hey, here's what I showed the bouncer guy to get in. I'm sure it's terrible." He looks at it and he goes, this is very strange Japanese. It means, please let me come inside and I will give you a good time. So apparently I had sexually propositioned the bouncer, and he didn't take me up on my offer, which is good. That would have been maybe a better story. I don't know. I do miss Japan though. It's a weird place, but I want to go back there. It's just, you miss it too, yeah. How long were you there? Okay. Well, then you would have a much more pronounced homesickness than me. Like, it doesn't even, it seems weird for me to claim some kind of homesickness sort of feeling over it, but I've not been to any other country that was like it. And it's almost like going to some kind of science fiction place. Yeah, there's kind of this dichotomy that happens in places that have a culture that's not very accessible and people's personalities are more closed off, is that here and there you get like spikes in the other direction. You'll get somebody that's just way more friendly than most of the population who's just being very polite to you. They're sort of like a culture rebel in their own country or something. I don't know. But it feels like if you go to a place where the baseline is pretty friendly and accessible, there's less weird moments that come up that are interesting or maybe even profound, have emotional weight to them. Because it feels like, you know, it's just like everything's kind of pushed down a little bit, and every once in a while somebody pops up hard. Okay. Yeah. I mean, so like one example I have from my experience is there's some guy at Nissan I was working with who is like a Japanese guy, and he had some thought to bring up in a meeting, but he was a little bit shy. And I thought his thought was relevant, but other people, other voices there were kind of pushing him out of the conversation. And so I just said, hey, what is, I don't know, I forget the name of the guy. I'll just say Joe. Joe, what do you think about this? And then Joe said something. And that's it. Just a very small thing. Not very notable in my mind. Not such a big deal. Then I go out drinking, like business meeting drinking with this guy after work. He gets a little bit of drink in him. And later at that night, he looks at me and he's like crying a little bit. It's like a weird kind of like I had too much alcohol crying sort of thing. And he says, Eric-san, you are gentle. You are gentle. It's the biggest compliment for me. He's just saying I'm just being nice, and he just didn't have that much. I don't know. I made a unique experience for him. He made a unique experience for me, and I was like really proud to, you know, have that with him. I am Yasashi. Yeah. So, gentle, kind. I'm proud of that. Proud of that. All right. Terrible donut code. I don't want to see any more of this donut code. Let's get back to the stats. That's right. Okay. So I feel pretty good about this design. I'll start implementing. The first thing I'll do is I'll make a copy of this and use it in the same way. I'll use the same pattern. Okay, save that. Call it stat. Okay, let's do Godkiller. It will be serializable. And we'll do enum again. These need to exactly match the names that I provided to the Steam backend. Okay. So, hanging guy sightings is the first one. Tallest block stack. Presents collected. View squares visited. Count. Okay. I'll put a comment here. Enum names must match backend. Character for character. That will keep me from renaming them later on a whim and breaking everything, perhaps. Okay, so then all this. And this might be a little bit copy and paste, but it's not too bad. Okay, so they'll say this is going to be public int value. ID set ID, ID name. Okay, that's fine. Just try. Int value. Create all. Stat count because ID count. Make these stats, not achievements. Okay, that should do it for that. Okay, then if I go over to player info, some data, public stat, stats. So this should now be serializable. Did this, and I did this. Let's do the next thing. Set int stat and players. Okay, so for this I also need so we say stat, no, ooh, it can't be find by ID, it's got to be find stat by ID. I'm going to use this same util file for achievements and stats. Okay, so let's just be explicit like that. That breaks a few things, but easily fixed. Ah. Okay, so this is going to be find stat by ID, player info, stats, and then stat ID. Okay. And I gotta do the same thing. And the amount of copy and paste that I'm doing is niggling at me a little bit. Like, should you write a generic template class for this? But that would be... This isn't a pattern that's going to continue on beyond two things. If it goes beyond two things, then yeah, sure. New stat. so then we say if the new value is less than or equal to the current value, just return without doing anything beyond that. And I could argue that I need to save this extra stat to the player file, but I think that's not really the case. Because omitting the stat from the local storage in the player file it's easily recoverable from with this same code here. If I say set int stat and this new value is 0, that's a weird way to call it, but I would be recovering from it pretty easily, because later on when the value is up to something higher, it will exceed the value of the stat there. The other thing that can happen is something else can save the player settings, and then this change will go in. But the case of having a missing stat or a stat with value of 0, both are valid representations of that same state. Both can be used. So stat int value equals new value. That's done. Let's go back to my design. I can get rid of set int stat. Oh, I didn't finish. Yes. There's some copy and paste code from the steamworks.net sample that I based it upon. So I'll say it's about 50% mine. And all the old code I've gone through and sort of like made it so it met my own personal standards and habits. Okay, I didn't. No, I do have the. Here's the algorithm for synchronizer right here. Okay, so let's go into sync and take a look at that. So I need to read in the stats. Do stat, steam stats, and try to follow the same pattern. Get steam stats. Now let's take a look at the example code, because they were already doing this and I deleted it from my code, but they already had that working. So what was that? Not there, not there. There we go. Oh yeah, so it's just a get stats call. And you call it with the type that you expect to receive back, and it should match. Right now all my types are ints, and that may be true for all space and time. Okay, so this is the pattern. So start by creating an array of uninitialized stats. Or actually I should say they're initialized but to default values. Okay. And this will tell me, this will always be a complete membership of all known stats. If the backend gets out of sync with that, I just have to fix the backend. Okay. Then here it's going to be let's say if not get stat. Let's do this. S ID name out S int value. Then let's log a problem. Failed to get should add something somewhere for the achievements. I will in a moment. Okay. Found to get. There we go. Okay, so that should give me the latest stats from Steam. Okay, let's follow the pattern. Local stats equals player s read stats for sync. Okay, and maybe I could do it the same way. Combine stats. Local stats, Steam stats. And I think, yeah, I think it has the same possibilities of either local changes or Steam changes that need to move. Okay. Yeah, I can just follow the pattern. If new local changes, oh, it's gonna, yeah, I get it. Okay. New local stat changes, if new Steam stat changes. New Steam stat changes. Steam stats, and this will be right. Stats for sync. Okay. So there's another extra bit. So if there's new local changes, I'll be storing the stats. Let me just add a to-do for myself. To-do, add flag to call sync one more time to pick up any newly unlocked achievements as a result of a stat update. Okay. So let me finish up these other loose threads. Read stats for sync, write stats for sync. Go back to players and just kind of follow the pattern again. Read stats for sync. Write stats. Okay. Going back to here. I just got to write combined stats. I think it's going to be similar to this, but a little bit different. Could do a search and replace, but the same review I need to do to notice problems at the per line level I'm doing while I go through and make these replacements. Local. Okay, so is this true? If a local stat is null, that means there's new Steam changes. Okay. Okay, so this is fine. I don't have to change anything there. The stat that was passed in for Steam stats will have the source of truth in it. The new Steam changes will get set to true. And when I return, that will prompt a resave of the local settings to include a stat found on the Steam backend but not present in the local save file. Okay. Okay, so if this has to change, so if local stat in value is greater than Steam stat in value, Steam stat in value equals local stat in value. that should prompt saving a stat that was increased locally. Now, handling the opposite case, the Steam stat int value is greater than local stat int value. Then the value that is present from Steam is the source of truth. We have changes from Steam. They should be locally persisted. Did I say this would be? No, this is not persisting locally up here. This is performing a store call. Okay. So that seems pretty reasonable. Let's go down, double check the call to it. Yeah, I'm just following the same pattern. Okay, I think I've got, yeah, I got an error right here, so let's fix that. Okay, so I've got store stats, and then the example code has these calls to the Steam API always happening inside of update. They don't have any of them being called from the callback. And I think I'm just going to follow that superstitiously. So let's see. Follow-up sync needed. Yeah, sync needed. Okay, say if sync needed. It's a little bit trickier though. Because I need the stats to be completely stored on the server before I make an extra sync, which will request the stats to come back, which will also include newly retrieved achievements, which may be unlocked after that call. So let me think. Oh, but luckily, store stats is where I can set sync needed to be true. But what is the thing that's going to tell me if I need that extra sync? I need one more flag. So that would be bool stats changed. put these in the rough order. They would be set. I'm going to go down to combined stats. Is going to tell me if anything changed. So if we say if combined stats equals true, store stats equals true, but also, I would never call store stats unless okay, so I see. I'm conflating stats and achievements with these variable names. So store stats is the name of the API that will be called, that will store both achievements and stats. So that variable name is fine, but it's also used down here for achievements. So to distinguish, I need stats changed equals true, and actually I can no, that's all good. That's all good. Okay. I think maybe I'll even make it more specific. Local stats changed. Okay, so then the call to store stats will be made in the update loop. And that's going to call back on achievement stored. And the other one on user stats stored. Okay, if that was successful, and user stats, local stats changed, then sync needed equals true. I also need to clear local stats changed if they didn't actually change, so I got to remember to do that. Signal a new sync to pick up any unlocked achievements as a result of stats increasing. Locked achievements, I'll be more specific. From Steam. Okay. So come back out here before I forget. Let's say local stats changed equals false. Oh, and I'll say one thing about visual programming. It probably does make sense to use it for asynchronous code. State machines and stuff like that. Because this is just right at the edge of where the complexity is, would push me to make a state machine instead of just have a smattering of booleans tracking state. Let's see. Okay, so then upon successful storage, it'll set sync needed to true. On successful storage of local stats that change, it'll request a new sync. That will not happen until the stats have been stored. Okay, so I think I've written about 300 lines of code that are totally untested. I think I've done all the stuff that I thought I would need to do, but it's not been debugged. So that's really what remains for the evening. It would make me feel good to finish it all up tonight, but I'm not gonna commit to that, because who knows what weird little problem is gonna come up with all this. It might get hairy real quick. So Steam Synchronizer, where are the errors? Where are the bugs? Where's the syntax errors? There's one. Okay, missing the parenthesis. Cool. I'll just be consistent in my naming here. Okay. So this looks like a code that has got maybe a 20% chance of working the first time I run it. There's no extra code beyond this I know about that I need to write. So mainly I just need to get it hooked up and see how it does. Step through a whole bunch of stuff in the debugger. Let's take a look at this. This is all done. Do I have any more comments anywhere? Okay. So Steam Synchronizer needs to go in my booter. Let's go do that next. Let's see. Oh, I got some compilation problems, maybe. Let's see how you do. No, no compilation problems. It builds. Okay, so the booter. Let's go to the prefab. Add Steam Synchronizer. And I think that might save it. Let me see. Did it save it? Yeah, I saved it. Okay, cool. Let's make sure I don't have... Okay, yeah, this should go away. There we go. Okay. So now I think the safest way to make sure everything's good is just to set breakpoints throughout the new code to make sure I've hit everything. And I'll just subtract breakpoints as I hit things. So let's start at the top. Okay. Some may as well be error conditions, and I probably won't reach all of them, but it's a good way to make sure I'm testing everything fairly well. Now, arguably I should write unit tests, but this is an integration with the backend service, and I'd have to write tests that aren't very repeatable in an end-to-end fashion, or I'd have to write tests that aren't very valuable with service interactions mocked out on the Steam side. So I don't want to do either one of those things. I'll just do poor man's unit testing. Ooh, is this even called? Who calls this? On-validate. Yeah, let's get rid of this code. Get rid of that. Okay. There's some stuff at the top that's not used. I'm not sure how this works. I mean, these are showing up as saying it's assigned, but the value's not used. I suspect some linkage is performed inside of here. And it's necessary to do all this. But then that linkage, there's like a side effect later on where whenever this type of event happens, it will call the function that was passed in. And this might be some kind of like, don't let the callback get garbage collected type of a thing. In fact, I think they did mention that. Let's double check. Garbage. No. GC. No. All right. I'll let it be though. I'll let it be. Okay. So that's all from the synchronization side. Players does not have any of its methods which initiate operations being called by anything. It will have this read and write one's called, and then whatever these things call when they call. When they get called. Okay. So this looks like it's ready to debug. Am I already? Yeah, I'm already in debug mode. I guess let's start it up, see how it does. Okay, so there's the boot. Is players loaded? Let's see. It's not yet. So my code is successfully stopping something bad from happening there. Hit play. We'll come back. There it is. So at this point, yeah, players is here. Okay. Okay, I think Steam Manager is initialized. Cool. I don't think this is initialized yet. Cool. Okay, that worked. And we are initialized. Okay, so boot is done. What is the next thing that'll get called? Probably update. Maybe oh, you know, this would be a great place in boot for me to signal that a sync is needed. I currently don't do that. So it's just going to go through the update loop and not do anything else. But let's test that. Yeah. So this should be successful. Good. And then here, store stats will be false, sync needed will be false. So we won't get these yet. Hit play. All right. Initialize is needed, and then say sync needed equals true. And let's try it again. It should be initialized already. Get rid of that. Okay, then we'll request current stats. Oh, here's where I was going to step in to see what error handling was present. Nice. Return native methods. iSteam user stats. Interesting. Request current stats. But it is just returning a bool. This looks like a pretty thin wrapper. See Steam API context, get Steam student. You know what? I suspect it's one of those things where you're either passing in garbage in the initial request that couldn't possibly be sent, or there's an error that's going to come back in the callback. So I don't know if it's going to let me step in any further. This looks a little bit... Okay, test of platform supported. get Steam client if it's not missing. Okay. Okay, and this maybe would only throw an exception because it doesn't return anything. Let's see, will this go into, okay, this is returning a pointer to a function probably. Yeah, okay, I think that's as much information as I'm going to get that's useful. Okay, well, hopefully it's not a real point of failure. Okay. Okay, here's the callback. I think the result should be fine. It is. Okay, get Steam stats. Okay, 4 Steam stats. Let's take a look at them. Looking good. Hanging guy sightings. Oh, it failed. Hanging guy sightings. And 0, okay. And I don't know the error on that. Maybe because I've not yet stored. Any stats yet? Maybe? Maybe. Okay. Let's go on to the next one. This time I'll step in. Yeah, it's the same kind of thin wrapper. Same kind of thin wrapper. Stat int 32. Yeah. Okay. What are the other ones that it can do? Floats. Oh, what's this one? Int. No, this is set stat. Okay, so get stat. There's really 2 that you can get, float or int. Okay. So these are all failing. Come back over and look at their code. Forget stat. Okay, they're passing a string. If it's like achievements, it should just be the same name. Okay. this? Update. These, let's see what values they have. These mn, ints. Okay. So it looks pretty similar to what I'm doing. Oh, let's also look at forget stat. They're not checking a return value from this. So one thing I want to see is if one of these Steam stats will return something in the out value besides 0. So the one that I would hope would do it is the tallest block stack. Did I already go through there? Tallest block stack has a default value of 1. Which one am I on now? It looks like I'm on the third one. So that's out. And then, yeah, okay. So that's it. I'm not really sure why getStat would fail. Let's double check this one more time. Yeah, these are all 0. Those are the default values. This one had, this is the class instance default values, but it's not the Steam default values. So I did set tallest block stack default to 1. So I'd hope that would come back as 1. Did not. Just leave a note. I might keep on going through the debug tracing, but I want to remember that get stat returned false, and even for tallest block stack, no value, no non-zero value. Okay, and then back to here. Let's just keep going. Read stats. Local stats is going to be nothing. Okay. And let's combine them. This is kind of cool because yeah, okay. So there I'm saying that there's new stuff from Steam. That's fine. Okay. Find step ID. All of these are going to be null. don't have new local changes. Although we might be able to interpret stats not being returned from Steam as a need to store something. I don't know. New Steam stat changes. Okay, so here we write these new stats. So stats 0 goes to stats 4. Oh man, this is the first time I resaved the player info with the new synchronization. Let's just make sure it works. Should work. Okay, let's see. Let's call stack player info JSON. Okay, can I copy the value? And then I kind of come over here, or over here, drop that in. Yeah, okay, here's my stats. No achievements yet. They'll pop in a moment. It wouldn't be a bad idea to combine setting the achievements with setting the stats for updating the player settings file. Okay. Make a note of that. Combine, write, stats, achievements for sync. Okay, so that looks healthy. Okay, now here's where I call get Steam achievements, and it's probably going to do the opposite of stats and just work. And I don't know the reason why. False. Okay, cool. So that's why I'm doubtful that I need to write the stats, because achievements, I didn't have to write achievements for them to be present. I would have expected stats to work the same way. Oh, I didn't do a publish. I didn't do a publish. That must be it. I didn't do a Steam publish. Okay. So let's keep going through this walkthrough. Okay, bothering me. Probably need to do a publish. Okay, that's probably it. Okay, where are we at? So we got our Steam achievements. We'll get our local achievements here. None because we haven't saved them yet. Let's go through this combine achievements code. These will be null for all of them, every single one. So that's just telling us that there's new stuff coming from Steam. And we will want to resave the player info file. Okay. So this will end up being true. No new local achievement changes. Yes, new Steam achievement changes. Let's go through this. And dang it, where's the call stack? Debugger. Okay, cool. Okay, save the player info. That shall be good. Okay, play. So that's pretty good. That wasn't a bad first run. If I look at the JSON that got saved, yeah, it's got all the achievements here too. At some point, somebody's gonna figure out how to hack achievements. I don't really care. Be pretty easy. What fun is it to just give yourself all the achievements in Steam without doing the things that would actually legitimately give you the achievement. I just have to remember never to like do something like create a contest where there's like a real prize or something and say whoever gets this achievement, they can have this prize. Anything like that. Just the security around it isn't good enough. Somebody would just decompile the code, or at some point this code's going to be all open source anyways. They could just run the shit. Even if I hide this particular section of code off in some closed source place and obfuscate it, I'll decompile. It's just a matter of time if someone's intent on doing it. Unless I create like something more complex, and I definitely don't want to do that. So there is no security here. Okay, so I'm almost certain that I did not see stats because I forgot to publish. Yeah, this app has unpublished changes, so let's just do that. Make sure I didn't just lose those stats there. That wasn't an extra button or something, right? Okay, cool. Publish. Prepare for publishing. Publish to Steam. Steamworks. Adding stat. Really publish. For reals. Okay. So if I run this puppy again, let me see if it does something different this time. Cool. That's a thing I expected. Okay, here we go. A unit started doing this great thing where every 100 or so script change, it starts compiling and never stops. I have to force close the editor. Yeah. 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 I think I've had a pretty good run where Unity hasn't died on me in a few weeks, something like that. But when it decides it's gonna do it, there's no troubleshooting it. There's no, you just, I don't know, you just blunder your way through whatever bullshit. Maybe you have to upgrade your version of Unity to get past it and everything's break. All right, Steam stats. I predict it's going to be successful. Oh yeah. Okay, got the stat. I just had to publish it. Good. Tallest block. Presents collected. Oh, let me see. Did it get the default value of 1? Yes, it got the default value. Good. Okay, so it actually did get some values from the Steam backend. Okay, so that's all good. Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay, so the Steam value is greater than local value. So we have new Steam changes. My local is updated with the new data from Steam. But that should be all of that. So we'll step out. No local changes. Yes, Steam changes. Okay. No changes here. That's good. So far this is going pretty well. Okay, so it's reading exactly what I would expect it to read. Now I need to go in the opposite direction. So a fun way to do this would be, let's put a whole bunch of blocks in the level, and then I'll create like a thing that checks for block stacking, which is something I need to do anyways. Okay. Achievements. Let's add a class for this. Tallest block stack eval. Godkiller. So I gotta think, what is the best way to do this? this thing here too. Let's see what other stuff I've got in there. Not too many functions. So I could use this class. Say find the tallest, but this tallest block stack eval is gonna get called a lot, so it's worth being a little bit efficient on it. What was your major task for the day? So you had some code that was like programmatically making meshes. That's cool. Yeah, I did a little bit of code like that. It was fun. Kind of tough. A little bit hard. For me anyways. Did you use ray casting? Oh, it got too warm in this room. Open the door. Yeah, it sounds like a fun, deep task. Okay, so let's... So I think I want to store all the block positions at least. For that, it's going to be poured piece groups, blocks, get all. And what's it going to return? I forget. What is it? Just tell me the enumerable. Block piece blocks equals, okay. Beveled n-gon creator. I mean, I can picture that. I can picture n-gons and all their faces have bevels on them. Yeah, I'm interested. Okay, so we want to save this. We've got a bunch of these blocks and they all have coordinates in 3 space. What is a fast algorithm for seeing the tallest stack? And the blocks can move around too. Maybe I'll start by doing it the brute force way, and along the way I might come up with a faster way to do it. Get tallest stack, find tallest stack, height. Oh, I think I might have it. So we go class stacked block. Block piece. Do string. Okay, I think maybe I got it. Not a dictionary. A data structure that remains sorted as you add values to it, or you could just put them all in a list and then sort them. Let's take a look. Oh, this is very cool. Oh, cool. It makes a collider. Well, in this case, is your mesh collider exactly the same thing as your mesh as far as the shape of it? Okay, like it might chop out the bevels or something like that. back to the start. I'll see it again. What is a fillet segment? Well, I mean, you're visually showing me, I guess. Fillet segments. Okay. So you're rounding the edges. Cool. You can flip the normals if you want to like make it into a room. Pretty cool. I like it. Thought I had is if I just have all my blocks sorted by column, row, and height, then I can walk through that list and just find the contiguous ones in a row to find the biggest stack. What's the best way to do this? I can spend CPU putting things into a nicely sorted data structure that makes the other evaluation less CPU intensive. It's probably one of these things where I'm over-optimizing, prematurely optimizing. So let's do it the simple way. Let's use the board structure. This board equals board. Yeah, I mean, I'll see. I'll see. It would be done once every command the player moves. Okay, we'll say for each. Yeah, so I think I agree with you. I'm not sure if you're saying the exact same thing. But basically what I could do is every time a block is moved by a player, perform the calculation at that time for the moved block. How high is the stack you're in after you settle? And then if that is larger than the largest known tallest stack. What? Okay. So you're saying something entirely different? I don't understand what you're saying yet. When you say just mark large stacks of blocks, what do you mean by that? I don't know. I have two different things in my head, and you've got a third thing. I should probably just implement the sort of naive, simple way first, and then see how it goes after that. Yeah, it won't work to run in editor time because the blocks can move around. And I'm checking dynamically after the level's been changed. Okay. The achievement in question is how high can a player stack blocks. But it's okay. So we'll say int tallest height equals 0. Maybe just 1. 0. Return tallest height. Well, I'm starting with a list of all the blocks, so I'll be able to use that instead of scanning every single square. On some levels, though, there's like 65 blocks, so it might be a little bit ugly. We'll see how it goes. But I'll start out with the simple way of doing it. I can optimize later if needed. Okay, so we'll say CRH equals block int check h equals CRH h +1. Okay. While board get m CRHC CRHR check h is block piece plus check h. Also we need or CRH plus H plus stack height. So plus stack height. Then at the end of that we say if stack height is greater than tallest height, tallest stack height equals stack height. Then we return the tallest stack height. So this is the naive, simple version of it. Which is maybe an okay starting point. And this I'm not using. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So then let's go to the go to the level controller. To take something useful out of your joke. I did pause for a moment here. It's like if I keep going up, is it going to have some kind of overflow or out of bounds type thing? It won't, though, the data structure in question. When you ask for something that's not there, it's just going to return null. Let's see. Okay, all this, let's get rid of that. Okay. So I've got one called test dialog. I Could put that back in, but let's just make a new one. Let's call it add test achievements. Okay, and this will be a level controller. Okay, so what's it called? What was it? Tallest block stack eval. Tallest block stack. No. Board. Okay, override. On update. Okay. If not board changed, return. Okay. So each time that the board changes, I'll say tallest stack height equals tallest block stack eval, find tallest stack height. Okay. And I think it'd be nice to just put one check here. Tallest so far equals 0. Or, better than that, tallest block stack stat value equals players S, and then I'll have to add get what's the other one called? Set int stat. Let's do get int stat, and then it'll be stat ID tallest block stat. Okay, so then this will come from whatever is currently considered the record to beat. And in that case, we'll say set int stat. Oops. And locally, we will set that value to match. Okay. So I'll just implement this guy here. Let's see, that's going to be in players. that. And this might be enough to make that code run. So that. What? What? Something not compiling. Oh. No. Okay, now you're going. Okay. All right. And we have a new level controller here. It will be test achievements. It's interesting this runs in the editor. Didn't really want it to. Okay, whatever. Okay, so there's the test achievements. I gotta throw some blocks in here. Okay. Prefabs, level, blocks, block pad. Make you an A block. And let's put in I don't know, do I want to create 34 of these? I don't think I do. Let's just start off with that smaller count of them. See how that does before I can go crazy and do all the rest. Okay. Tools, Godkiller prefabs, unpack prefabs. There we go. Preprocess. And let's run it. See what happens. Cool. Okay, I expect this number to be 1 when it comes back. Was it 1? Yes, it was. Nice. Okay, play. Okay, now I will walk. Now it will go through and it will look at every friggin' block. How many we got? How many in here? 11. Okay. They should probably all be stack height 1. Okay. 1. Okay. Okay, I expect them to all be 1 at this point. Okay, cool. And it's not greater than that value yet, so nothing is being sent to Steam. Okay, cool. All right. So there's no big CPU load on it yet. It might be different when there's like 65. Let's see if my stats are still up in the 200s. Oh, even better, 300 something. Okay. I mean, I'd be surprised if it were otherwise, but worth checking. Okay, so then let's start getting some things stacked. Oh, I must have doubled up 2 prefabs there. Okay. Okay, now it found the new tall stack to be 2. So now it will set a stat. Cool. Find the stat by ID. The existing stat will be 1. If the new value is less than the current one, don't worry about it, but it is larger. Now we have the stat set to the new increased value. Let's go synchronize. And I'm pretty sure some new breakpoints are going to get called if I just hit play. So let me do that. There we go. So here is a fun bit of new code running. Local changes that have to go off to Steam. The rest of these will be the same. Okay, if we combine the stats, okay, we already did combine them. They should have returned true. There are new local changes. We're going to set these 2 flags that are going to cause stat storage and then another sync after the stat storage. So I have breakpoints set. If I hit play, it should go to the storage code. There it is. Okay, was it successful? Yes, it was. Local stats did change. True, a sync will be needed. Okay. Pretty cool. Oh. Wait, what was the other one I was just looking at? Was that achievements being stored, or was that on user stats stored? No, it was here before, I think. I think I forgot to turn off the breakpoint there, but does that mean this is getting called twice? Apparently. Well, at least the sync needed is it's just going to be one sync, even if the callback for storage of the stats is called multiple times. I'm curious how many times it gets called. I'll put the breakpoint back on. And let's hit play. It looks like once for each stat. Okay, so that's 3 times. So if my theory is right, this is the 4th time here, and then it should go on to something else. No. It's calling again and again and again and again. How many times is it going to call? 6, 7, 8, 9. Why would it get called so many times? have to read the docs on that. Well, at least this is all in one frame. I'm pretty sure it is. Let's throw a breakpoint here. I think we're all in the same frame. Oh, or not? Oh, I think store stats is not getting... Well, now it's at false. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. So it's like as soon as I put a breakpoint and update, it got hit on the next call. And I thought, oh shit, I'm not setting store stats correctly, so it's just calling store stats again. But then when it actually came here, it looked like maybe all of the callbacks had completed, and it really was. They were all ran on the same frame for some reason. So that's what I think is happening now, but maybe not. So I get one sync here. I do know that the breakpoints inside of sync well, no, they wouldn't have been. I didn't have any active breakpoints in. Okay. So this will be interesting. So when it comes back from the request with the response, I do want to see if the new stats are there. Okay, let's go look at these Steam stats. Let's see what we got. No, tallest block is still set to 1. So even after a successful fetch, the stats are not updated. It might be that there is a longer delay than what I'm expecting. So it might be some asynchronous update is being performed on the back end in response to my call. So I actually have to wait a little while before I can see the new stat update. We'll see. We'll see. A problem with doing a resync here, if the new stats haven't come through yet, is I'll again have my local stats apparently with newer information than what was on the back end, so it'll continue to attempt to store to the back end. So that could go in like a really bad loop and get me blocked or throttled or something on the back end side. That's something I need to be careful about. In fact, even if the server were not behaving as it is now, I probably want to put some protection in for that. So here it's in the same logic. It believes it has changes to be sent up. This may lead to a situation where I have to no, I don't think I'll have to force quit. I won't have to force quit, but if it does get caught in a loop like I think it will, I'll have to hit play and kind of run over kind of quick like to the Unity IDE and shut it down, because I do not want to get throttled, gray listed, blacklisted from the Steam side. Okay, so I know it's going to loop around again. I've got my breakpoint there. Might as well hit play. See if, now that, you know, a minute or so has gone by. Yeah, maybe a queue. Okay, so this is the stats stored. Okay, so it's going to say success on this. It's going to say we need another sync. We need another sync. New information may have come in. I hope some new information does come in. That would allow me to plan around that. Okay. If it doesn't show 2 here, then that means I need to do a very, yeah. Okay. So let's hit play. And then let's shut this off quickly. Okay. Let's see. How many times did I send off to Steam? Store stats success, store stats success. Well, there are no failures here anyways. I wasn't throttled or... But I think I hit him maybe hundreds of times, really. Yeah. Okay. That's all fine. So from here, yeah, okay. So I think I hit him hundreds of times. So I need to put some protections in there or I'll end up kind of getting screwed up on the back end side. Now let me look and see if it actually, okay, this was really cool. Thanks for sharing. Let me see if it actually updated my stats on the back end side. Where is it at? Where is that? Achievements, stats, Steamworks. Oh, in here. Okay. Maybe there isn't like a place to show stats. Or this page might also need an update. I'll go over here, come back to here. I don't know where stats would show up here. I'm never in the habit of looking at this stuff. I think you're right. I think you're right. Okay. Yeah. All right, so thinking about this problem a little bit. I know how the people at Steamworks.net solved it. They just duplicated all the logic on the front end for unlocking achievements. But also, I I don't have any indication that the stats actually were updated. That's one issue. Maybe there's just a pretty lengthy lag to it. Well, one thing I could do, just to make this code safe to run and test out, is turn off that needs, the sync needed. To do keep. So if I do that, then it won't go in a big stupid loop. Get Steam stats. Let's go in here again. Okay. So now I should be safe from getting blacklisted or throttled or graylisted or anything like that. Okay. This creates the stats, and then it says for each stat, just go ahead and get the value. It's still saying 1. So that makes me think that the storage was not successful. Some kind of quiet failure. Unless it just takes forever to update. Was there maybe one other API I needed to call to make it update? Oh! That's it. I didn't write any code to actually write the stats. I'm pretty sure that's it. Let's see. Do I have set stat code? I have get stat code. I do not have set stat code. Okay. This still has a chance of working. And I do think the mature way to write this, even if it does work the original way I wrote it, is to not have infinite retries if I don't get back the results I want. I might even want to put like a queue, like you were saying, basically. You put like a little task there, and you say the next time it will be executed is X time in the update loop. You wait for that elapsed time to pass, then you run it. If it doesn't work, go ahead, put it back in the queue, but not like to immediately run, maybe 10 seconds later, something like that. Okay, but where is the code that writes achievements? I just add in the stats code there too. Store stats. Okay, unlock achievement. Where's that at? Oh, I took out the code for unlocking achievements. Okay, so that's entirely missing. Got it. So we say right stats, send stats, store stats, set stats, send stats to Steam. I'll just have it write all of them, and then for achievements I gotta do the same thing. And actually this is not quite correct. I believe what's actually happening is it's writing locally to a local cache, and then those get stored. Set stats for storage. Okay, and let's say set achievements for storage. Steam achievements. Okay. Set stats for storage. This is kind of dumb, because what I could do instead is use the pre-existing logic in the combine function to make those calls. So let's do that. Otherwise I'm just duplicating the same logic that was there previously. Take that out. All right, here's my session goal. I would like to see, as a result of things I'm doing inside the game, an achievement to be unlocked on the back end. That's it. That's my whole goal for the session. Then I will say, don't hit me anymore. I'll stay right here. I won't go over. I won't go bust. Oh, black jacket. Okay, so combine stats. We say new local changes. Then we say Steam stats, Steam user stats, set stat. It's going to be Steam stat ID name Steam stat int value. Okay. Okay, and do the same for combine achievements. Okay, so here it's going to be Steam user stats, set achievement, Steam achievement, ID name, Steam achievement is unlocked. Oh, it's not set achievement. I think it's let's go look at the sample code. Okay, is this? I think he made another. They made another function for that. Yeah. Okay, it's just set achievement. That's the same thing as unlock. There's no extra value to pass because you can't just pass a boolean to set true or false. Set just means it's unlocked. Okay. So we just take off this. Okay. I think I'm probably ready. Here is a quick way to keep from overdoing it. And sync needed. I'll just set this to an integer value instead of boolean. Or I want it to be automated too. The instant you leave a bad review, bam, it's all gone. Have keyword searching the content of it. You know what? I'll even be more nuanced than that. I'll say you can leave a bad review, but it has to be well considered, and I'll have artificial intelligence scan and parse it and tell if the personality is lacking, if they're just having a bad life and need to say some shitty stuff, or if they have legitimate gripe. I'll have all that be evaluated, and then I'll take away their achievements if they're just being a little shit. Okay, this won't work. I was thinking doesn't work. I mean, that is the truth to a lot of these comments people make. Reviewer has a character flaw. Reviewer's personality is not well-rounded enough. Reviewers should get the fuck outside and stop playing video games for a little bit. Okay, I just need to put in something where I don't a whole bunch of times in a row do a sync. So let me, let's see. Let me see. I could just put a little dummy flag in that bails. Let's implement a little poor man's throttle. Let's say int syncs in last second. float float last sync time, last sync second. Okay. This won't be bad. This might even be a semi-permanent thing. Const max syncs per second. Okay. Equals. I'm not going to do more than 4 in 1 second. No more than 4. So I'm going to take these. If sync needed. Okay. So if time minus sync last sync second. That's just time. It's greater than 1/2, then we will set syncs in last second to 0. Okay. If syncs in last second greater than equal, no, greater than max syncs per second. Also, I need to say last sync time equals now. No, that's not right. My first idea was better. So let's change this to an int. And I'll just round int time greater than last sync second. Or if the time since the last sync second is greater than 1, or greater than 0, then syncs in last second equals 0. And then sync needed equals that. Last sync second equals int time. And that way it'll be like 47.5 will just go down to 47, and that'll chunk it up into 1 second buckets to evaluate, and it should throttle it down to 4 syncs per second. I'll have to test that code. We'll definitely have to test that code. Okay. This makes sense to put inside of sync. So put this inside of sync instead. In fact, I'll just follow the pattern of the one up above. Sync needed equals sync. And I'll put all this stuff inside of there. That'll be a little bit neater. Sync need equals not sync. So bool will mean that a sync was successfully initiated. So false for that. False. Okay, and then I want this evaluation to go up above here. All right, let's look at this again. So we're saying if the amount of time, oh, this is, okay, yeah, no, this is right. If the amount of time that's elapsed has gone beyond 1 second, then we can reset this for throttling purposes. If we've not gone over this, if we have gone over this, then return false. Return false here. Does mean that it's gonna keep on trying again. I mean, this feels like a fatal error. This is like true is successful, or a fatal, what's the way of saying this? Or a non-retry, or retrying won't help. False if a retry could succeed. Okay. Okay, so that's that there, that's that there. Let me see, last sync second was time. Okay, so that should all be good. There's my throttling. Down here, this has been simplified. That seems pretty good. Might as well put this constant in the one place it's used instead of up top. On the other hand, it's right next to this stuff. That's fine. Okay, I think I'm ready to try this out again. Let's see, inside of sync, I want to test out this new throttling code. Okay, so we'll try that. Waiting for Unity to build. There we go. And oh, I did a build in the middle of a run. I hate it when I do that. Okay. Okay, so I think it will be past the last sync second. Oh, I'm wrong. 0. Oh, I suppose time is 0 on the first frame. Okay. Okay. If 1 is greater than that, return false. No, we're not throttling. Not yet. Okay. Cool. So then let's hit play. That's good. I'm glad to see this code is not re-entering. Okay, so now let's make a stack. There we go. Ooh. This is the call that came after data was stored. So this is of great interest to me. Okay, syncs in last second, 1. Good. So the time has elapsed 18 seconds from the last time at 0. So that means we get to reset that. Not throttling yet. Reset the last sync time to 18. Okay. Now I'm quite interested in the callback here. Particularly this. And also this. Okay, so give me the stats. What do we got? No, still 1. I don't know if it actually called those. If it actually called. That set stat thing. I'm not sure. This is the first sync. I haven't sent the stuff to be stored yet. Okay. So I will expect a second sync will come afterwards. Let's combine the stats. Let's walk through it. So first one, they will be the same. Okay. Here's where it would go. Set the stat to a new value of 2. Yes. Okay, cool. That should be it for that one. Okay. Local stats change, store stats equal true. Nope. Okay, and then on this, no changes in the achievements, but I do want to take a look and verify the starting conditions. So stack equals false. That would be the one that might get updated. Okay, local achievements, they will probably be exactly the same. Yep, good. Okay, so let's hit play, see what happens. Do we get an extra sync? Oh, I commented it out. I commented it out, right? Yeah, I commented this out. So I may have to run this one more time. Let me look at what errors popped up at the bottom. An item with the same key has already been added a key. In the predictive boards, huh? Oh, that's because I've got, I know what that is, okay. So get rid of that. put this back in. But at this point, I did store the stats and achievements probably. Let me see. Request stats, store stats, success. Okay. This, I think, is like there's an extra block. Yeah. And that's what all those complaints are about. And there were 2 blocks in the same spot. Okay. So, if I hit play on this, I might get the right stat in. I might get the new achievement in. Let's hit play. Send a little text message off to my sweetie. What? Sounds good for dinner. Come on. 2, yes. Okay, so that's working as expected. The next one's even more interesting to me because the question is whether or not my approach in collecting achievements works. Like if I just set, no, it did not. Okay. So my thinking was that the criteria in the back end should pick up that a change in the stats unlocks an achievement. However, I've got 2 pieces of evidence that say it doesn't work that way and one that says it does. The one that says it does is Steam's documentation. The 2 things that say it doesn't is my code here not working, my code here not picking up a new unlocked achievement, and the example code provided by Steamworks.net explicitly unlocking their achievements instead of relying on the back-end logic to unlock it for them. But I did update a stat, and that makes me happy. If I say combine achievements, no change there. Send a little Uber Eats thing off to my wife so she can add stuff to our menu or add stuff to our order. Let's get a salad place. Fresh, set. Okay, they are open until 8:30. That's good. I can use that. Okay, group order. Invite guests. Copy. Saturday brunch. Fuck you. Saturday is for the boys. Okay. So this code mostly looks right. Mostly working as expected. Except for the part that I was just talking about just a moment ago. Let's take a look at the console log. Looks like I've got another thing like this. Okay, where are you at? Where are you at? Is it the same deal? It is. Okay, got it. Just remember this guy here. Okay. Also, let's see. Quest stats, successful. Okay, that all seems fine. Let's move this out. There we go. Now we come over to the Steam backend and see what may have been updated. Or not the, here, my account here. So it doesn't look like it updated anything. So if I go here, it doesn't really show my achievement. I don't know. I don't want to think too much about what may or may not be as expected here because the game hasn't been released. So I imagine there's some things that are just kind of off because it hasn't been released yet. Set achievement, set stat. Sets up to its value, given stat. It's also called to return successfully. It's called prior. Sure. Even in the event of a game crash or unexpected shutdown. Oh, so the in-memory state that I was talking about, it's not part of Steamworks.net, it's part of the Steam client. Specified stat exists. Changes are published. The type. Okay. Store stats. Sends. Change stats and achievement state of the server. Call, hey, I was right. This call is rate limited. Call frequency should be in the order of minutes rather than seconds. Interesting. The call is required to display the achievement unlock notification dialog though. Feels like it will be up to me to call set achievement myself. My throttling is going to have to be more conservative than 4 calls per second. Okay. Seems like a reasonable stopping point. I did do what I'd hoped to do in this session, which was to have some change on the Steam server in response to something happening here. You know, I really do kind of want to see, though, the see the achievement get unlocked. Yeah, let me just do that real quick. Let's do it this way. Just for now. We'll do a real quick and dirty way. Level crawl. Okay. Set instat. Okay. If tallest stack height greater than 1, let's do players S unlock achievement, and we'll do achievement ID tall stack. All right. It'll be a little bit harder to do that though, because I've already got the stat set to 2. That's okay. I can make one that's 3, and that'll trigger it. Okay. So let's do that. Oh. Come on, come on. There we go. Okay. Thinking about this a little bit longer. I think the right way to do the storage is to set all the achievements and stats while I'm playing in the level. And then, like at the end of the level, or when you exit the game, or some other kind of event like that, store at that point, or store like an autosave like every 5 minutes or something. There we go. Oh, you can't see it because it's off in my non-broadcast area, but it just popped up like some UI showing me achievement earned. Wow. That was pretty cool. I didn't expect to see that. I thought I needed the overlay to work. Oh, here's the achievement store. What is it? Tall stack. Well, that was fucking cool. I didn't think I was going to get the UI thing inside of the Unity editor, so that's really great. Let's keep going. Just a little bit further. I just want to make sure. Get throttled. Every time I make the stack a little bit higher, it's doing a store call, and I was warned against doing that in the docs. I do not want to get throttled or gray listed. I do not want to have some kind of thing where my Steam connections are disabled until I talk to somebody at Steam support. So I'm going to be real careful with that. But I do know that I got some stuff here. Okay. Tall stack. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, wait a minute. So strange. Why did it pick up these other two? Well, first off, the one that I should have unlocked was called stack. And not tall stack. But then why did these two pop in? Okay, here it says 1,000 of 1,000. Here it says, okay. Yeah, I don't get that. So I'll have to come back and figure out what the hell's going on with that. So these are all 1,000 of 1,000. They're all maxed. So I don't know why I did that. But all three of these popped up at one time on my screen off to the right, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. I wasn't expecting to be able to test that in the Unity editor, but it works in the editor, which is going to be much easier for me to debug all this shit. Let me leave some notes for myself so that I don't forget what's important. And Cicada, just a little warning, I'm going to take off pretty quick here. Let's see. Done. Let's get my food order in. So my wife has got something to eat when she comes upstairs from her job. Cards. Fresh set. Then you go to let's get that crispy chicken tender salad again. With blue cheese. Check it out. Continue to check out. No thanks. Priority. Alright. Got the order in. Alright, notes. That was true. That was true. Figure out. Jeez. Figure out why 3 achievements for stack unlocked all of a sudden, and then a better throttling and resetting stats and achievements. Those be next on the list to do. Okay, I gotta go. So, kid, if you're hanging out still, I'll say goodbye to you. Anybody else that's lurking, I'll say goodbye to you. I gotta take off in a minor rush. Alright. So let's stop the stream. See you, dude. Stop the stream now!